trying to find what angle they can, trying to find somebody out of position.
We're gonna go through on this. Oh, what a whoa! See White gonna go in.
It's going to be a really, really interesting one.
Oh my god. All of this competition could be so damn close, so I cannot wait for us to finally decide who's going to be the champion. We are expecting some chaos. some great moments.
A beast mode has killed 3. Only gonna really need that rampage, so gonna clear it out. Santi gonna get themselves a big old 4K. Oh. Santi's getting rid of 3, clearing out the house.
That is crazy.
Nunji actually kills 3 people.
This team feels entirely different on this faster composition. Now Saga 4 is hanging around, getting onto the high ground. Post bomb's gonna stick under Leaky. They're not gonna be able to survive it at the end of the day. Blue manages to find a 3K.
Rio shoving this Ana into a corner. Woo! One more for the road for Rio.
That is all signs go. Melophobia with 3 Melophobia. Start the fight. They'll end the fight. Oh my god. Beagle Bus, they have to play aggressively into this energy. Popping off in a moment where you needed just that. Ruby in that backline. Oh, the flick. Looking for it. Oh my goodness. The 4th one as well. Do they get the ace? They get the ace.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the final day here of the CGL GOATS tournament here. Getting very, very close to the end of both of our brackets. We've got the EU winners final here up first between Dreamlight GOATS and Kirby Fan Ray. You ready to get this tournament going?
Very excited. We had a great day 1 of weekend 2 of the GOATs for you guys, and we're going to conclude everything today. So we got the winners finals for you guys, the losers finals, and then ultimately the grand finals. As we mentioned, 2 talented teams meet in the winners finals, Dreamlight GOATs and Kirby Fan. And I'm just ready to kick this off. I think it's going to be a great first game. And I was talking to you guys about this before we started here. I love the logos for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think Dreamlight GOATS is a little bit more of a, proper logo, and God, Kirby is just a funny little guy, huh? But now, as we get ready to head into it, there's not really much of a discussion to be had, of course, about what these teams are going to be playing. It's GOATS, right? Reinhardt, Diva, Zarya, probably in that backline going to be, the Zen, Brig. The last one is escaping my mind for some reason.
Lucio,
one of the more important ones. But yeah, Lucio to round that out. Of course, there is a little bit of wiggle room with the supports. So, you could play Moira, I think, technically, but nobody really does. I can't imagine we see anything but bog standard GOATs here from either of these teams. It's gotten them this far in the tournament. I don't see why they'd deviate at this point.
Yeah, the only 2 we've ever seen Moira's like when you need to touch very quickly at the end. You swap over to do that. We have seen in situations the Ana get pulled up, but I think it's in situations where it's like you feel like you're at a disadvantage when you go to the head-to-head in the Zen. You feel like you don't have a chance. Therefore, you go to the Ana, look for early anti-nades, and look to win the fight faster, and you try and win it that way. It's not always, going to get you there, but it can definitely catch teams off guard and help win quick team fights and try and turn a situation where you probably weren't going to win the mirror. But with these talented teams, especially now we're down to the top 4, I expect nothing but standard GOATs.
Yeah. Now we are, getting ready to move into this final match. We do have our lineups here for Kirby Fan. I don't know if we're going to pull it up right now, but we've got Erikek, Majin, Actimel on the tanks there, and Verret, Potanova, and Jacob on those 3 supports. This Kirby Fan roster, very, very strong moving through the upper bracket. I'm looking at it now, and they're only 2 matches on a day number 1 yesterday. They didn't lose a map, and also neither did Dreamlight GOATS. So, both of these teams are looking very, very comfortable and confident coming into this winners final.
Erikek and Jacob are the 2 that stand out to me. Erikek, just very well known, very talented main tank player. Same with Jacob when it comes to that support. So very excited to see how this team is going to go. We talked about how dominant they've been. I don't know if we have the next roster yet for the side of Dreamlight. Um, One thing we did see beforehand is one of their support players was sick and they were looking to sign someone to be able to play today. So I'm not sure how that ended up going for them.
Yeah, that deadline did it come in about 8 minutes ago, right as the top of the hour hit. So it's going to be really questionable. They are not, they don't have to forfeit or anything if they could not get this ringer in for support. Because they do have enough players to, pick up the slack somewhere. It may not be Dreamlight at their peak, and it is something to watch out for, but they are trying to get it rectified. So when we get their, full roster, we will let y'all know. It looks like we do have an entire Dreamlight roster in the game right now. I don't know that we have a graphic set up for y'all just yet. We just got it in, so it's going to be Yukej, Gap, Senna, Zepturn, Yukino, and Rod FD. This team looked just as strong coming through the upper bracket, of course. They are, whether or not they are able to, find that ringer, or they're going to be playing with somebody from, their tank pool. They're not going to be at peak because, they weren't really prepared to play with somebody else on Lucio.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and now give you the visual on that just so you can, see little pretty pictures, visualize what we were saying a little bit more. Get to see a little bit bigger picture of that amazing star logo there for Dreamlight Goats. Very talented squad that they have as well. As we mentioned, I'm not sure if they got the ringer in time or if this is a orientation of their actual roster. Regardless, things definitely change being down one of your supports who you've been playing with all weekend. So one could say that probably gives Kirby Fan a slight edge coming into this matchup.
Yeah, so I had the page pulled up from before. They were trying to get this ringer in, and it does look like they were not able to get this in with Zepturn being on the support. So Zepturn, Yukino, Rod FD, not the the normal backline they've got. Usually it would be Yuki in there, or I guess Yuki's playing. I guess they decided to suck it up and grit through it. But so Dreamlight, maybe I'm not really sure what's happened. I'll be honest with you, Ray. I'm a little bit lost as to what's happening with the ringer situation, how they're gonna play now. So I'm interested to see how Dreamlight's gonna work through this.
Which is gonna be really interesting. Still, you're going to have your full roster, but the big question is how much is that lingering illness going to affect things? But we do know what our first map is going to be, and in classic Goats fashion, Control, Goats, Lijiang Tower is where we're starting.
I mean, at its core, Goats is pretty well a rush comp, right? You're trying to play with that Lucio to get up in the face, and there are nary a map much better than Lijiang Tower to do just that. Tight corridors on, something like that control center, and just across the board here on all three submaps of Lijiang Tower, that rush is going to be, very, very strong. Not surprising at all. It's, to this day, even when you're not playing rush compositions, hardline, Lijiang Tower is just a comfort pick. It's a map that everybody wants to play because they've played it so long. They love this map. They know how it's done. Not surprising in the least to see Lijiang Tower coming up for map 1.
Yeah, and I think it's just probably the best control map we have that's most suited to being able to play that style of Goats, especially given the map pool that we have. I digress, but focusing in on this matchup specifically, both teams have not dropped a map yet in this tournament, so I cannot wait. The two top seeds going at it. The big question is how much will Yuki be affected, and is that going to matter in the grand scheme of things? I don't know.
I guess we're gonna get our answer here very, very soon. We're getting ready to head into Lijiang Tower. The winners of final begins here very, very soon in the EU region. Dreamlight Goats versus Kirby Fan. We're gonna start out here on that very, very famous submap for the Rush. It's the Control Center. Of course, nothing surprising here in these lineups. No, differences from the bog standard. No Moira, no Ana, of course, no Winston. It's Lijiang Tower. You get what you pay for.
As time ticks down, both teams are gearing up, ready to go. And again, it's really going to be about how these teams play in that death ball together, making sure you rotate those abilities appropriately between your bubbles, your defense matrix, and your shields.
All right, here we go, playing through this top side of the server room, but Yuki is going to be the first to fall here. That Reinhardt for Dreamlight not going to be able to escape, as the rest of Kirby will back off the spawn.
Yeah, as soon as the Rhine goes down, I think it was just smart of Dreamlight to back out and regroup. No, don't feed any unnecessary ult charge. Pod did get 60% charge in that fight.
All right, here we go. Actimel, a very, very high charge right now, and that Reinhardt is excessively low once again. That Discord Orb proving to be a nightmare for Yukej to deal with. Very on the point, just sliding around on that cylinder up there. But Poternova, the first to fall in this fight. A bit of a counter pin there from the Brig. We're gonna see Yukej go in with the pin. Took it down. Erikek, 2 for Yukej here, and it's just going to be a time play here for the rest of Kirby Fan.
Yeah, very big deal getting Pod down early in that fight. Then you're able to just steamroll from there, and it was a great counter pin as well from the side of Zepturn. As now we see the aggression coming up from Dreamlight Goats. However, they weren't able to get fully aggressed, as now Kirby Fan has gotten through that door.
All right, backing off back to point, not able to fully get up there, but the grab on the wall gets the sound barrier out. You see the Reinhardt trying to swing, but the sound barrier too much to cut through. Senna with 90 charge here. We get the Transcendence out to counter the Graviton surge there of Senna. Yukej with the swings, trying to find something going. We're going to see this self-destruct out, but Zepturn is the first casualty in this fight. And the rest of Dreamlight Goats appear to be following their Brig right back to spawn.
Yeah, you do get the trade onto Pod, but at this point the fight's pretty much over. Cleanly won from the side of Kirby Fan, which is actually kind of interesting. Normally you use the Transcendence to try and counteract the grab, but in that case you use the sound barrier, which works just as well. So then they were able to aggressively use their trans in that fight, and it worked out really well. Problem is, Dreamlight Goats emptied out their ult bank, while Kirby Fan's going to be coming up on Shatter and Rally.
Back in here for Dreamlight Goats. Nothing in the way of ultimates for them here. Going into the Earth Shatter for Erikek. We're going to see that Earth Shatter come down, grabbing 3 players. Yukino, the first casualty here as a result of that Earth Shatter, and just Senna watching everybody fall around them.
And in the meantime of all of that, we had a build up to the rally as well for the side of Jacob, and Vert was able to build that sound barrier as well. Octomal very close to that grab. So despite not going to have a Earth Shatter for this next fight, they were able to build up to a lot of these key ultimates, because for the side of Dreamlight, they were building up to quite a few of their own. So they're going to have the tools to be able to counter that with, like, what, 1 fight left to be able to try and flip this point?
Yeah, I mean, so far, with the exception of what happened really, really early in there, Kirby Fan has just been taking initiative, right? They're moving at a pace all their own, and ever since those first couple of fights, Dreamlight haven't been able to keep up. I mean, Erikek took the initiative very, very strong there, and Yukej was not prepared for that Earthshatter knockdown 3, and I mean, right now, Kirby Fan, simply put, they're looking a little bit more confident, right? And I mean, I guess that's to be expected. You know, Dreamlight have been facing a little bit of those difficulties that you can't really control, right? It's not like you can unplug and replug in your internet to fix somebody's illness. So, unfortunately, for this tournament, if they want to keep up in this upper bracket, or even move into the lower finals to get back to the grand finals, whether or not they win here, they're gonna have to work around Yuki being sick, and it's not gonna be easy. I've played sick myself, so I know it's not fun to do anything like that. So Dreamlight, they need to be able to play around Yuki.
It's going to be the big question for me. Like, let's say Kirby Fan ends up getting the dub here. I think, really, we don't know how much his sickness is affecting. It could just be Kirby Fan's the better team. I think the lower finals will tell us a lot more about how that's going, but we'll have to see how the rest of the series goes. Sound barrier, grab, lots of things available. Kirby Fan's got the rally going.
Yeah, Jacob with the rally, but Gap going to swallow up that Graviton Surge. Now, the sound barrier from, or rather the Transcendence from Rod, going to keep that team alive even without the sound barrier to be super annoying. Yukej does end up falling as the rest of Dreamlight Goats are trying to follow up here. Senna hits a massive grab, but a great whip shot knocks back these players, and Kirby Fan, somehow, some way, they are getting this job done. Pod will end up falling here, but there is just too much damage coming out from this Kirby Fan roster. Zepturn, though, brings in 2, but unfortunately seems Yukej could not turn that shield around. First round goes to Kirby Fan.
Despite losing one early in that fight for the side of Kirby Fan, they used that Transcendence to their advantage to keep their team alive, keep their Zen alive. And then when that grab ultimately did come online, Verret still had the sound barrier to be able to use. So that's one interesting wrinkle we've seen from Kirby Fan is in the series so far, whenever a grab has come online, they seem to be favoring using the sound barrier for it and allowing Pod to look for aggressive situations to use the trans and let themselves get aggressive, which is not that it's wrong, it's just different than what we're used to seeing.
All right, over to Lijiang Garden. These teams meet, of course, in the middle, not even trying to go towards the right room for either of them. Yukej receiving that bubble from Senna. Now, rotating over to the point is Kirby Fan for the moment. Yukej taking a lot of damage right now, being put under duress, but some great support there from the back line. Unfortunately, Yukino did end up falling. It's 2 for 2 here, but Senna keeping this fight up with a bunch of charge. Does end up getting away from that Reinhardt pin unscathed, and it will be Dreamlight taking this first fight.
Yeah, it felt like Kirby Fan in that fight, they were all very separate, taking on their own little fights in that situation. Like, it felt like Erikek was kind of on his own on the point dealing with people, and then we had some people off to the side. So that's not how you want to be when you're in the GOATs. Everyone's got to be moving together as a team. As we see Kirby Fan looking to regroup, trying to figure out which way they want to push, and it looks like they are going to go rotate toward the white room.
Going back in through that white room, as you said. Breaking out onto the point. Erikek is trying to anyway, but the self-destruct comes in, and it's going to claim Pod, and enough damage to help take down Erikek and Jacob as well, and Kirby Fan just going to throw themselves into the koi pond to get back away.
Yeah, getting picks with the Diva Bomb is absolutely icing on top of the cake. Normally it just forces positioning and allows you to set up for easy kills, but when the Diva Bomb itself is able to find those kills, you will take that every day to Sunday, baby.
All right, back in for Kirby fan. Taking a little bit of a step back from that first sub map. There's the Earth Shatter. Erikek did a bit of a kick flip there to get that one down. Gets the sound barrier out. Yukej has one of their own, but Actimel cut down early. Now sound barrier try and keep Kirby fan in this fight. Earth Shatter down, only going to hit Jacob, but that is going to be enough for the kill. Cannot get the counterpin rolling. Point still being held by Dreamlight with Varret going down. Kirby fan will fall.
Not a big, huge fan of that fight at all for the side of Kirby fan. They used both their sound barrier and their trans in that fight and didn't use it whatsoever to counter any kind of grab coming in from Senna. So now that ult is going to have all of the value, nothing to stop it. And then for Actimel's grab, they kept their trans, so that was a disaster fight for Kirby fan.
All right, but Senna starting that fight out with a Graviton into the defense matrix, and Erikek goes down the self-destruct. Kills for Majin, following up on the Graviton surge. Majin cleans up the 6K, an ace for the Diva of Kirby fan.
Doesn't matter if you have trans, this Diva Bomb comes in and just kills everyone. Wow. That's the perfect combination. You throw the grab and you get the bomb and make sure it lands right on top, and it gets absolutely everyone. Very well timed and executed by Majin and Actimel.
All right, now Kirby fan have found their footing here on the garden. Now looking to break their way through the white room. They're building up to a couple of ultimates here. Yukej very close to the Earth Shatter gap, pretty close to that self-destruct. Looking for an opportunity, but nothing being given by Kirby fan. That pin into the wall will not come through, but Yukej claiming that kill onto Erikek. Earth Shatter down, and 2 kills coming through for this Dreamlight roster has turned into a very, very different game here for them. They're going to be able to clean up these kills, and that will be this map. Senna does end up getting Earth Shattered, but will not matter in the end even a little bit.
Overtime Wick going to burn out, and that is going to send us to a map number 3 on Lijiang Tower. Dreamlight Goats really turning things around on that map, and it was all about them getting early pick-ons and forcing Kirby fan to play more disjointed and not, I mean, that first fight, separating everyone and being able to just pick them off was just beautiful.
Once again, I say once again, we saw Kirby fan kind of do the same thing there on Control Center, right? Dreamlights was taking the initiative, doing what they wanted when they wanted, a completely different look from the kind of disjointed gameplay that we saw on Control Center. Now, coming into this one, we will see which of these teams is going to be the one that gets that job done in the end and taking map number 1. They meet here over by the point, and the mech will be dispatched of for Gap. Erikek, though, going downtown here in Lijiang, gonna go meet somebody, but it will be still a 6v5 as Kirby fan will decide to bail.
Yeah, they didn't get the baby Diva down, so you're in the situation where, yeah, you don't have the E available. Both teams, I mean, the Reinhardt's back, however, Erikek, they don't have their mech yet.
Yukej receives the bubble from their Zarya, getting absolutely active. Hitting the skybox there is Yukej, booped up, but still more than confident to take this fight. Receives another bubble, but I mean, Majin is not done with them yet. Senna trying to find something that Diva will slide away from their range of effect. Zepturn does end up taking down Barrett, and the mech there of the Diva. Majin, though, will live through it all, as this is just a time play. They return with the Graviton Surge. Actimel falls, but this fight keeps going. They want to keep it rolling, and it looks like Dreamlight Goats are stabilized.
Yeah, absolute disaster for the side of Majin. They got aggressive. I mean, they got 2 picks. got extremely low, didn't get their healing, went back in to go after Zepturn and got demech. I think that was a big mistake by Majin. They needed that mech.
And that Earth Shatter is colossal. 4 players on their backs. However, Verret does not get claimed. So that sound barrier did come down, but unfortunately Actimel is also out of this fight. We see Senna with a Graviton Surge of their own ready to go, sees that defense matrix, will not opt to throw that one in. The self-destruct is in, does not claim a target. As the Grav comes in, hits the wall. Yukesh does end up dying here for Dreamlight Goats. They've got to find these trades, but they just cannot, as the rest of Dreamlight Goats will bail back to the point. Kirby fan trying to roll in and get these late picks. The Reinhardt will return here very, very soon. Erikek not having, you know, a whole lot of impact right now. Stunned. Will fall here as a trade again, but Majin one more time in this map will not let it go. Trying to keep this fight going for the side of Kirby fan, but it is just not meant to be. Majin last man standing and will end up falling in the end, and that will be Dreamlight Goats taking Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, when it came to that final fight, you had to push there if you were the side of Kirby fan. And, you know, you think you traded the Rhine for the Brig, but the Brig is all of the heals you have available. The Lucio Zen is just not going to be able to keep 3 tanks up. So they were really running into a disadvantageous situation, as there's the 5k bomb from Majin. But Dreamlight, after dropping that first map and what was a pretty dominating effort from Kirby fan, able to come back, clean things up, and completely flip this series on its head, is Dreamlight looking like the more composed and talented team. It felt like when things hit the wall or hit the fan, they're able to regroup, get smart, get back to the point, bide their time, and be able to find those picks.
Yeah. So I do want to update y'all. We weren't really terribly sure who was the ringer in here for Dreamlight. It did end up, it was Zepturn. Zepturn was the ringer here, as it was Hana Sophie in chat that, you know, let us know that they got their ringer in, and it was Zepturn, who was, to be honest, a kind of a standout on the Brig there for Dreamlight. They looked very, very good on the Brig. Did not seem like they dropped a step there with that ringer in on the Brig. One of the, you know, cruxes of this Goats composition, what made it so strong back in the day, is that Brig. So Dreamlight Goats, you know, if this is what they look like with a ringer, I'd be scared to see what they look like at full max potential.
Couldn't agree with you more, as they take a nice 1-0. And keep in mind, now that we're on top 4, all of these matches will be first to 3. For any of you guys who are watching yesterday, and all the matches were first to 2. Every match to the even grand finals will all be first to 3s. Kirby fan will have the map pick coming into the next one. And we do have it coming in, and it's no shockers here, folks. We are in Goats, so it's only appropriate that we go to King's Row for map number 2.
To be honest with you, it's not. I don't think this is even a Goats thing. I mean, 95% of all matches that are ever streamed, or I can almost guarantee you ever played, go Lijiang Tower, King's Row, and, you know, whatever comes next is whatever comes next, right? But if it's gonna be these teams picking and it goes control hybrid, it's gonna be Lijiang King's Row 95% of the time, and it's not surprising, even to this day still, right? King's Row, yeah, it's a rush map, especially back in a 6v6 scenario. You know, a little bit different nowadays, a little bit more flexible, but back in 6v6, it was very hard-nosed brawl all the time on King's Row. So of course it's not surprising. You know, Goats be damned, we're going to King's Row. We'll always you know, there's always room in a series for King's Row. It's just that iconic.
For the side of Kirby fan, first map went extremely well, as, you know, looked like things were looking up, looking great. Eric Keck absolutely dominant on the Rhine, but UKEJ came back in those 2 sub maps after that and absolutely had a match on that Reinhardt. Really matched you Rhine for Rhine. And now you're in a situation where I don't know if you can really afford to go down 2-0 against this Dreamlight team. So I think this map is going to be pivotal, and whether we get a full, possibly 5-map series, or whether this might just be a quick, easy 3-0 for the side of Dreamlight.
And I don't know if y'all noticed, Zepturn has left the roster here for Dreamlight with Chef coming in. So Dreamlight now, I assume this is their preferred roster, as Zepturn was a ringer in here for them. So they are back at what I can only assume is their full strength with Chef on the brig. So, you know, Dreamlight, hey, they looked scary with a ringer, and I'm curious to see how they look with this, you know, their mainstay player in.
4, 3, 2, 1.
As the timer gong rings, we see Dreamlight, who chose to attack, which is always that philosophy when you do have that option, whether you defend or attack first. It looks like they want to attack, try to get all 3 points and set up a dominating presence.
They just have that shift key glued down for UKEJ, as Erekek is just getting thrown around right now. UKEJ does end up getting punished for their hubris. Gap stun in the backline will end up losing that mech. So the aggression doesn't exactly pay off here early for Dreamlight.
Yeah, they did get they got some picks early on, but getting Seta down early is going to be very big for the side of Kirby Fan, because now you got Actimal at 60 versus Seta, who's only at 20% to getting that Graviton online.
All right, here we go back in here very, very swiftly for Dreamlight. UKEJ trying to walk forward, does not want to, you know, give it up too easily, as UKEJ booped into the back line. 5 players got a piece of that. Reinhardt rally comes in from Jacob, and Kirby Fan is shoving Dreamlight into the locker that is their spawn.
And they're going to get the D-Mech very late. Big time for the side of Kirby Fan, which is only going to delay things. So now you're in a situation, if your Dreamlight is, do you sit here and waste the time, allow Gap to get this mech back, or do you go and make the swap to reset the mech? And it looks like they're going to allow Gap to just shoot.
Yeah, and Actimel with no threat of a D.Va to eat that grab, throws it in. Self-destruct did come down. However, Majin doesn't exactly have the same level of success that we saw on Lijiang Tower. No kills claimed. Still trying to go in, and 3 on their backs at the hands of Erekek's Earth Shatter. Grab in from Senna Sound Barrier, and Transcendence out to counter it. Actimel does end up falling. So a great start for this fight for Dreamlight as they try to shove back this Kirby Fan roster over past the choke point. They're going to get a tick here.
That they are. The question is, did they fall back in time to be able to get the point? They do, but Erekek goes down.
Erekek just explodes after pinning in there. Actimel will meet the same fate. It is a 2-for-2 trade here. And, you know, there is still a D.Va, as Varret has 600 HP, half of that being armor. That's ridiculous. That armor's not fading away as the rally comes in from Chef to try and keep this stabilized, and the C9 does end up coming through. Dreamlight will cap.
Erekek also going to go down, so now they're basically going to have to forfeit the archway corners, which in GOATs, I mean, in Overwatch in general, but in GOATs, that being able to hold that archway is huge. Dreamlight gets a ton of ult charge, and now the next fight will be taking place at the bookstore corner instead.
All right. Just, you know, old school payload princesses back here for Dreamlight. Getting 3 on, getting that push as fast as possible. Senna has this Graviton Surge UKej has the Earth Shatter. A bunch of ultimates coming in here. The Earth Shatter's down. The answer is a 4 for 2. UKej with the later Earth Shatter, however, gets the better, even if less people were on their backs. The numbers favor Dreamlight.
That they do. I mean, it did cost both your sound barrier and your transcendence, but that's going to get you one fight away from being able to deliver this point. The good thing for the side of Kirby fan is they have the ults this time to counter the Senna grab coming in. They have both their transcendence and sound barrier if necessary.
There's a grab from Senna answered by Verrett's sound barrier. Is anybody going to be able to touch Verrett at the threat of the self-destruct with or without is going to be Dreamlight Goats capturing that objective B very, very convincingly.
Yeah, again, it seems like Eric Keck is now finding himself in a situation where he's going down early and often in these fights. And as the Reinhardt, you just can't continue to allow that to happen. Yes, your team's got to help you with that, but you got to make sure you're playing, you know, well enough, safe enough in situations to where you don't get caught out early.
Booping somebody back, didn't quite see who that was, but does end up getting caught out first in this fight. Gap all alone, anteed up. The Transcendence popped by Potanova. So will it be very, very interesting. UKej trying to flip the map, drops the Earth Shatter on Jacob's head, but beautiful peel from Majin eats the Fire Strike there from UKej. Unfortunately, though, Potanova and Jacob will lose their lives here as Dreamlight continues their push.
Yeah, but the
Grab out.
grab's now going to come in and it's going to force out Transcendence.
Grab out, it does not claim a life, but Senna will. Grab dropped in here, going to claim the life of Actimel, and very, very soon, UKej, or rather Erikek, will meet that same fate. 2 minutes on the clock for this Dreamlight roster. They have got life right now. They are fragging.
Yeah, Chef coming in, their full roster fully restored once again, and they are absolutely dominant. 2 minutes time bank is ridiculous, and it just seems like, you know, after that first fight that didn't go as well as they'd hoped, where they kind of got, as we both admit, kind of a little too big for their britches. UKej kind of went crazy off on his own, like, pick fight there. Once they really got together and got serious, they did not look back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was just them trying to, you know, when you push the gas pedal, you know, sometimes you floor it. UKej and Dreamlight, I think, went through the floor with the gas pedal a little bit too much there early. But yeah, they were able to, you know, finally pull that gas pedal back up and, you know, just keep it to the floor. Keep it parallel and you'll be good. And they were. I mean, that was such a strong performance from Dreamlight on their attack. I mean, the only fight they lost was the one where they inted. I mean, there wasn't really a struggle other than that for Dreamlight. There were some late trades and a buggy rally to keep Kirby fan a little bit more tanky than they should have been, but it was pretty dominant for Kirby fan, or rather Dreamlight Goats on the attack. But now it's Kirby fans' turn to get in here. Erikek holding that W key, walking at their mirror image, stunned up there, trying to stay alive, will get the healing in. You know, just a casual, you know, back and forth with these hammers for the moment. Erikek looking for the opportunity, but Potanova has fallen and the defense is up in numbers. Yukino, good for 2, sickness be damned.
This for the side of Dreamlight, man, it's ridiculous. Chef already going to have a rally. That is how ridiculous they've been being able to continually proc that Inspire. It's so important in GOAT. Being able to stay close enough to be able to proc it, but not too close to find yourself easy pickings for the Reinhardt.
All right. Majin and the rest of Kirby fan head back into the game. Rally out from the side of Chef, of course. The first ultimate to come up. You can guarantee that Kirby fan was not expecting that. They claimed the lives of Erikek and Potanova's Senna with the hat trick, and Rod with a kick to the throat of Jacob, and Dreamlighter rolling.
Actimel is able to escape with that Zarya charge, so they'll at least be able to have that competing charge with Senna for this next fight, because we're coming up on all the ultimates for both teams, but Chef did use the rally in that fight, so Kirby fan will at least have that advantage.
Well, there is the Graviton Surge answered by the Transcendence, and Erikek tried the Earth Shatter. Yukej denies, trying to find something here late, building up to their own Earth Shatter. That shield very, very low. Erikek gone. No longer in this fight. Unfortunately, Yukej not allowed to build up to the ultimate. And with Yukino being stuck in the spawn door of Kirby fan, it will be a difficult deal indeed. Majin getting hit by that sound barrier, but with Yuki falling over here, it will be Kirby fan grabbing their first objective.
Yeah, I was gonna see, are they gonna look to push the Ishin? Looks like they thought about it, but are looking to back up. I feel like in that situation, yeah, you can't even get out here, so I feel like it probably would have been better suited to you to at least push the point there, because you're not able, if you're able to back out there and get out safe, you know, then it's, you know, worth, you know, backing out, but they weren't able to, so I feel like at that point you go Fool's Bar and look to try and stop them, but now Kirby fan has some life. They've gotten the point. They've built up to a lot of these ultimates, and I think they have a chance here to chain a couple of team fights together and try and get the second point quickly.
3.5 minutes. You know, they're gonna need that time bank to match Dreamlights. The grab is out, will not be eaten, but the Transcendence does get that. And I mean, the pin is out, and Senna falls to the self-destruct, and that is exactly what they needed. And oh man, that's a lot of rally armor from Jacob up there.
That it is, and that's the one thing about goats is a lot of the different combinations you have. Like, yes, you have the grav bomb combination, but you also have the bomb pin, and it looks like that's kind of what Kirby fan was going for there. Was the bomb was kind of thrown up, and Eric went for the pin to stop any kind of shielding from it happening, and it did find one, so that was nice.
All right, Erikek with the Earth Shatter, dueling Yukej with one of their own. There's the Earth Shatter hitting 3. Yukej looking for their own opportunity, and there's the Earth Shatter knocking down 2. Good boop there onto Erikek. Not going to be able to deny Yukej with the pin. Senna, though, with 100 charge, looking for their opportunity to use their Graviton Surge. Not even going to get the chance to throw that down as Dreamlight and their stragglers try to bail back.
And Pod's doing a good job. We've seen times where they've been using the trans to try and be aggressive. They get the point. They hold on because they know Senna is going to have that grab, so they have to hold on to the trans this time because they used Barrett's sound barrier for that shatter.
Majin getting ready to go here. The push very, very good thus far for Kirby fan. Gonna throw in this self-destruct and not going to claim a life, but Chef, that shield can only block so much. Both Briggs will lose their lives here early in this fight as the grab comes in from Senna, answered by the Transcendence, but it's not enough to keep Gap alive. And Yukej, another time, you know, tactical reset.
And now they're all back at the spawn room, but look at the aggression Kirby fan is playing with. They have a shatter, they have a rally, they have a sound barrier to play with. Greenlight can respond with similar ultimates. However, there's the bomb.
Self-destruct is out. Okay, it claims very, and that is a sound barrier out of this fight. Majin will lose their mech here and their life as well. So the rest of Kirby fan will have to get back to spawn.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate to be able to lose a life to a naked bomb like that. You didn't combine it with grab, you didn't charge. To lose Varrett in there is very unfortunate for the side of Kirby fan. It's just more time gained for the side of Dreamlight that they can waste.
Yukej's shatter blocked there by Erikek, and the same cannot be said for Erikek. Claims 4 with that Earth Shatter, but the sound barrier going to be able to keep those victims alive in this fight. Erikek trying to hold that shield up. The pin going to come through, and it's going to take out Yukej. 5 players getting a piece of that Reinhardt, and you see Gap trying to get something done, but nothing going here as Kirby Fan roll closer to this end.
As you're going to have an opportunity to touch if you are the side of Dreamlight, but it's not going to be a full 6 touch, so that's where things get dangerous. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I saw that coming from a mile away. Not a chance. Not a chance. A beautiful zoning bomb there from Majin, and even if those kills do not go on the official stat sheet, yeah, that was an excellent play there for the side of Kirby Fan, and yeah, that's exactly what they needed, because not only did they finished with a little over a minute and a half, if I remember correctly. So they will not be playing for simply a draw here.
Yeah, that is big time for the side of Kirby Fan. Both teams have another opportunity to attack. Kirby Fan will be attacking first because they have the smaller time bank, which in the grand scheme of things, it'll buy them probably, for the side of Dreamlight, another fight or maybe 2 depending on how fast it goes. So you have that advantage, which gives an opportunity to definitely build up to some extra ultimates. Question is, how much is that going to matter? For Dreamlight, actually for both teams, it definitely took both teams a couple of fights to be able to break open that first point. So we could definitely be in a draw situation here depending on how it goes.
Yeah. Finally cracked it open, and it started flowing for both teams. Now Dreamlight on the defense once more. Actimel and Kirby Fan rotating through the hotel. Actimel looking for, this charge, building it up very quickly, as it tends to be in Goats. Jacob, the first victim here of the defense. Actimel will meet the same fate, both claimed by Yukej, and now 60 seconds on the clock for Kirby Fan on their second attack.
Dreamlight once again coming out absolutely dominating. Jacob down early, which is huge because Chef's going to have a big time rally differential. I mean, depending on how this fight goes, you might get rally up in the middle of this fight.
Majin and Kirby Fan headed right back in. Only half a minute left on the clock, and Gap throws their mech into the wind, and Yukej, having used pin to engage, cannot use it to get out. So, I mean, a grave miscalculation from the players of Dreamlight will lose them this first point.
Yeah, huge mistake coming out from the side of Dreamlight. And that's sometimes where those aggressive plays can really bite you. Dreamlight feeling themselves a little bit, make the huge mistake. Wonder if they're gonna, no, they're just gonna look to play the archway. I think that's gonna be the smart decision. Especially we're still waiting for a couple of players. You can't afford to allow Kirby Fan to get more distance. You just want to stop them here at these archways and set yourself up for being able to even this out and win this map.
I mean, it will be a duel of 6 versus 5 ultimates here for what could be the final fight of map number 2. Rally invested here early from Jacob. Sound Barrier is the answer, and Erikek is the first to fall, and Yukej just gonna swing on this Graviton Surge. Earthshatter down, only hits Actimel, but if they're lucky, that will be enough to win them this fight. Barrett does claim 1. It's 2 for 2 here. As Gap moves into the bookstore, will claim the life of Potanova, and that will do it. Dreamlight will hold at the choke, and Kirby Fan now going to have to defend the very same.
I mean, both know exactly what their win conditions are. I feel like if you're the side of Kirby Fan, I think it's going to be pivotal just to get this over with and not even allow them to cap the point. I feel like if you end up losing this point, the chances of you being able to get this victory go down significantly, given the time banks. It just, once Kirby Fan's gotten on a roll, they just continue to roll. So I think having a really good defense and not allowing them to cap this point has to be the play. I know we're trying to do that, obviously, but Again, in my opinion, I think if Dreamlight gets this point, I think they're taking this map.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they've only got to go a little over 36 meters after the cap, it's going to be hard, right? And it's not. This is not an easy map to full hold at all. I mean, whether or not it is, early or late, usually the attacking team most times are going to be able to get at least objective A, some ult dumps and whatnot like that. So I mean, Kings Row, not an easy map to full hold. So we will see what Kirby fans got in the tank as Dreamlight will rotate around and actually fake out the rotate through the hotel as both bubbles now invested by Actimel. Has that high charge, I can only imagine, but so does Senna, and Actimel's charge now down to 0, and Senna and Ukej go to work 2 apiece, and that will do it for objective A, and Kirby fan will be hard pressed to get back in touch.
Dominating effort for Dreamlight. It felt like Dreamlight gifted Kirby fan the point with Ukej getting too big, going for the aggressive pin, and basically losing the point there. Now they have a minute and 20 just to get at these 36 meters. It is rough waters for Dreamlight. They're going to have to win 2-3 fights here at the archways.
Going to be brutal. I mean, it doesn't have far to go. That spawn is so damn close. Need a miracle here for Kirby fan if they want to even the score here. Grab ready to go as is Rally. Majin, though, going to be able to claim that first sound barrier from Senna. The pin comes in onto Eric Tech. The sound barrier does not hit Ukej, though. 3.5 meters. Going to try and find this Zen. Throws down the Transcendence. Cannot keep Gap in the mech. However, Ukej pinned and taken out in this fight. That will do it for this fight. Now 36 seconds left. Kirby fan need one more miracle.
They have the tools in their chest. No grab available for Dreamlight, so Pod can look to aggressively trans. My guess is they're probably going to save it for Ukej's Shatter. And then Erikek pretty much has a free Shatter, so there's no support ultimates for the side of Dreamlight at the moment.
Need something going here. Ukej with that Earth Shatter going to land it onto 3, and Erikek will not get the opportunity. Transcendence comes in, gonna try and keep this fight going, but a Transcendence cannot dissuade a self-destruct Patanova. Last man standing, and Dreamlight Goats will take map number 2. They are 1 map away from the grand finals here in EU.
That was the one thing you absolutely could not allow if you were the side of Kirby fan, which was your Zen getting hit by that Shatter, and it happened, and they weren't able to keep their team alive with that trans because of it. So, I mean, Dreamlight was playing to the win condition. It was getting the Shatter off and making sure we didn't allow the trans to go off. They're able to play it perfectly and get that point. Very close map between both of these teams. But ultimately, Dreamlight's able to take the win, go up 2-0 in the series, and put themselves on match point to be in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, it was a very, very strong hold from Kirby fan for what it's worth, right? It's really, really hard to hold where they ended up losing that objective right past the choke. The choke is typically a very strong place to hold, but that is, usually when you have a lot more time, you can take those, aggressive fights at the choke, and you have the time, to give there, but there's just no time. There's no space to give before, for Kirby fan where they were at. Just an unfortunate circumstance. I'm sure they would have liked to get that point at least a little bit further away from the choke, give themselves a little bit more space. Just not how it shook out for Kirby fan at the end of the day. So Dreamlight take advantage of the short map, get their job done. They are on match point now, 1 away from the grand finals.
For the side of Dreamlight, one map away, which will punch their ticket to the grand finals, an opportunity to win the prize pool. Kirby fan gonna have to pull off a reverse sweep. We are gonna go to a quick break. While these teams have a chance to reset, make sure you grab a drink, grab a snack, because we will be right back for more GOATS action. We'll be right back.
Name straight new age. Name straight new age. Name straight new age.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Memories. Memories.
Yeah.
Memories. Memories.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Right now, Dreamlight Goats have found their rhythm. You know, they struggled early on Lijiang Tower, but ever since then, they have been dominant. They have looked very, very good, whether or not they had their full roster in the game. So now Kirby fan are going to have to do one of the hardest things to do in Overwatch, in esports. They've got a reverse sweep here to stay in the upper bracket at match point.
Going to be an uphill battle, especially with Dreamlight firing on all cylinders. And it's all going to come down to what could be our final map, which I believe we go to. Why can't I think of the stupid game mode?
It's Escort.
Escort, thank you. Escort's the name of it. Shambali Monastery is where we go to for our possibly final map, picked by the side of Kirby fan once again, which is interesting. You know, Shambali, not a map from original Overwatch when Goats was prominent. So it will be very fun to see how Goats plays out on a map like Shambali.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the few maps, actually, it is half of the maps in the map pool for the top 4 that is not from Overwatch 1, the other being Antarctic Peninsula. Shambali is interesting. There's a lot of really, really tight corridors that, you know, these players are going to have to work through, not something that, you know, a 6-player team had to deal with at the time. You know, like you said, it's not built for a 6v6 gameplay, right? This map was built for 5 versus 5 Overwatch, so it's going to be a little bit tighter, a little bit closer than, you know, some of the other maps that you would see, you know, from that Overwatch 1 map pool. So I'm interested to see what their plan is going to be, because, you know, it's not often that you get to see Goats played on these, you know, newer maps.
As we get you guys straight into this, Kirby fan, all the pressure on their backs. Once again, Dreamlight has decided that they want to attack. They like, you know, being able to go out there, cap all 3 points, make a statement. You know, there's always been that philosophy. Would you rather go out there, cap all 3 points and put a lot of pressure on them? Or does it feel even better to say, I'm going to play defense first, stop you on the first point? I mean, it's a gamble either way. I mean, because defensively, you know, if you don't stop them on first point, then, you know, it doesn't feel as big of a statement.
Yeah, defense gives you a finish line, and a goal. Attack sets it. We will see Verret trying to find something as Yukej, as per the usual, holding down that shift key. You know, risk reward does not pay off there. Yukej claimed by the Hubris once more. Kirby fan will shove them back into spawn.
For Dreamlight, already starting off as they lift off on King's Row, finding picks early and often. But my hubris is off right now.
All right, well, try and find something here. Yukej stunned up a little bit. Actimel has that 100 charge, and Transcendence to get active here from Potanova. They're trying to take down this Brig, and Jacob and Erikek find the opportunity to take down that mirror image. Transcendence now for a very similar reason from Rod. This time Yukej does find the damage, but Erikek says, "Get down, Mr. President," claims the life of Yukej, saving Senna's, or rather Actimel's.
They do get Magic on the way out, so no mech, no defense matrix available. And now they're going to get aggressive with this sound barrier in order to counter the grabs.
Well, Earthshatter down from either side. A great grab there for the side of Actimel to deny the value from Yukej's. And unfortunately, nothing going to come through here for the side of Kirby Fan in the way of consistent kills. Dreamlight will finally be able to break this spawn hold that Kirby Fan has held them in.
As Dreamlight took them a little bit to get going, they finally are able to win a fight there. So the question is, can they string together a couple of fights here? Diva Bomb's now going to get activated. Doesn't find anything.
Both sides will, but Chef cannot escape. That shield not blocking much there. Unfortunately, there goes the rally. Now, Actimel trying to get aggressive in a counter pin in there. Takes out Ukej, and Dreamlight will be shoved right back into the same position they were before.
Majin was able to find the mech of Gap and was able to get a pick at the same time with their bomb, which was nice to basically counter, force the positioning away. Pod's going to have this trans to be able to use. Kirby Fan's in a really good spot to continue to defend.
All right, Actimel trying to follow up on that Earth Shatter. It is a massive Graviton Surge in. Now Potanova will counter that out, or at least, yeah, a big play there from the side of Kirby Fan, and Dreamlight are struggling right now.
Oh man, this is a nasty stagger. There are no edges for you to jump off of. They finally put Gap out of their misery, send him back to the spawn room. 30 seconds left on the clock. One final fight for Dreamlight to try and get this point delivered. They will have the Shatter available. They will get the Grav built up, but Barrett has been holding on to this sound barrier, and Jacob's going to have that rally.
One more chance here for Dreamlight. They will not get another if they lose. Rally in here from Jacob, and the Earth Shatter canceled for Ukej. That is a brutal development there. Now the Graviton Surge is out. The Earth Shatter claiming Ukej and Chef, but with Barrett going down, it will be hard. They don't have speed, but I mean, Dreamlight do not have Senna claimed by the self-destruct. Gap will be dealt with swiftly, but this fight looks as it will be a fight win for Kirby Fan, actually bringing it from the brink. Jacob trying to get through that sound barrier, but not going to be enough. Dreamlight just throwing their bodies at the point, will be held brutally here on their attack.
Wow, what a comeback from the side of Kirby Fan on this defense. And I mean, I guess technically Dreamlight still has a win condition. They just gotta allow less than 60.27 meters. But I mean, man, feels like all the momentum has now shifted into Kirby Fan.
Yeah. And I mean, that's such a pivotal thought when you think about GOATs, right? It feels like a very momentum-based composition. Of course, momentum is so important in all aspects of competition, esports, regular sports, anything, right? But at its core, GOATs is meant to be played fast. It's meant to be dirty and nasty, and you need to be up in their faces to get as much value as possible. And the more you do that, the more it demoralizes the opponent, knocks them down a peg. And Dreamlight had a lot of momentum coming into this third map, but Kirby Fan has absolutely stomped it out on their defense. So now for the attack, they have to go a paltry 60.3 meters to win this map out. Not a hard thing to do at all, but they still need to do it. Potanova and the rest of Kirby Fan leave out of spawn here. No real pushback there for the side of Dreamlight, but Potanova does end up falling first here. Actimel trying to build up this charge here as nobody's really shooting the bubbles right now, so, you know, this fight continues on the objective. Majin caught out, able to stay alive, stay in that mech, that defense matrix, more than enough to keep them up, but with Jacob going down, significant amounts of healing are gone, almost all of it for Kirby Fan, as Senna gets a hat trick.
as it seems Shambali Monastery for both teams proving to be not the easiest to attack. I mean, this close kind of reminds me a little bit of Havana, where it might be really tough as an attacker to break things open. I mean, it didn't go so well for Dreamlight once they broke things open, but it feels like that might be the case. Where it's like you break it open and then the floodgates open.
Oh, where is Bonanova at? An unfortunate catch there by Senna, claiming the lives there, and Dreamlight are now on a roll of their own.
Yep, about a minute and a half has gone off of the clock. Dreamlight Goat's also going to have pretty much every single ultimate on the table. Air kick used the shatter in that fight, so you're not going to be able to have that. And they are just cleaning shop. Dreamlight says, anything you can do, I can do better.
Now getting about to the time where Dreamlight was able to break out of the spawn hold. Kirby fan needed anything to go their way. Graviton Surge is invested. Nobody claimed though, except for Majin's mech. That's unfortunate. Now rally out from both sides, as is the sound barrier. Graviton Surge now invested by Actimel. Yukej does end up falling. That is brutal, as the Transcendence is pinned out and away. Majin gonna have to get some healing as Gap reined in on there, and you know, at about the same time now Kirby fan will begin their push.
Minute and a half left on the clock. Every single ult was thrown into that fight for the side of Dreamlight, so they're not going to have anything, as Kirby fan will have both their Transcendence and their Diva Bomb to work with, and they only got to win one more fight.
All right, well, Erikek claiming the life of Yukej is massive. And mech will come right back for the side of Majin. And this is looking like the momentum that we saw on the defense, and there may not even be another touch here, Ray.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to. Doesn't look like, especially Rod FD just got there. It looks like they're not even going to attempt. Kirby fan able to strike back hard with their backs against the wall, sending us to a map number 4 in a dominating effort on Shambali Monastery.
I mean, that was. I can't really think of like a proper superlative to talk about how dominant that was. So I'll just call it what it was. That was dominant. Start to finish, Dreamlight could not find anything like they were getting on the first two maps. Kirby fan came in and came out swinging. I'm curious, right? This is not a map I can imagine a whole lot of people prepared to play, right? I mean, it is half of the Overwatch 2 maps in this map pool for this tournament. You know, so I can imagine that these players were scrimming Rialto, Havana, Route 66 when it comes to Escort. Not so much the Shambali Monastery, and I think that Kirby fan understood that, prepared for this map, knew how to play this map, and we saw it right there. The preparation comes and it bears fruit. They shred, they destroy Dreamlight Goats on Shambali Monastery and take their first map of the series.
Definitely a possibility. The thing is, going forward, we will be going to Assault for our map number 4. So, I mean, we know the standard Assault maps, and because this is the Goats, we knew Assault was going to be forced. So, all these teams have been scrimming the Assault map. So, I don't think, if the case was you kind of caught them by surprise going to Shambali, don't think you're going to be able to going into Assault. Kirby fan, Dreamlight will now be able to pick all the maps going forward. So they're going to take them to their favorite of the maps they've been working on when it came to the Assault. And it puts the power back into Dreamlight. And we're going to see, now that Kirby fans built up some momentum, will Dreamlight be able to stop them in their tracks? Or are we looking at a possible map 5?
And we do know where we are headed for map number 4. It's going to be Volskaya Industries coming in here very, very soon. Of course, you know, this is very, very classic Overwatch 1. You know, the map's not in rotation any longer when it comes to, you know, Overwatch 2. So, you know, a bit of a call back is Volskaya Industries. Personally, one of my favorite of the Assault maps, right up there with Hanamura. You know, very, very nostalgic for me. Love this map. I'm excited to see what these teams have got.
Going back to Mother Russia, as very excited. It gives me flashbacks to when we did that scrim with the staff. We were playing on Classic and we all just played Widowmaker on defense. Oh man, it's has some fun times on this map, fun situations. Back when I used to compete, had some very crazy matches that came down to Volskaya Industries, so it always has a special place in my heart. 2-1 Dreamlight Goats up in the series, hoping to close this out right here and now as Kirby fan with this newfound momentum, hoping to capitalize on it and pull off the reverse sweep. As once again, well, actually in this case, Dreamlight has decided to defend first, which again, I think if you're able to get that first point hold, that we're going to play defense and we're going to hold them and really get in their head, it works very well. But if for Dreamlight, Kirby, I'm so used to them being different colors. Kirby is just to attack. I'm sorry. Kirby kind of has that same mindset as Dreamlight Goats, where it's like, let's cap both these points and put all the pressure onto Dreamlight.
And, you know, you talk about momentum. Another word for building momentum, snowball. It's a very, very common on these Assault maps. You either get hard stalled or, you know, you roll through, you keep that momentum rolling. So we will see what is going to happen here as Yukej, you know, pins back to the back line of Dreamlight Goats. Gap trying to hold on to what little high ground they can for the moment. Little bit of a sparring match down here on the low ground. Bit of poke in from Pata Nova as Senna and the rest of Dreamlight will back down to the point. Right now, Actimel clearing the charge of their mirror, about 60 to 30. I obviously don't know how much Senna's got right now, but Actimel is at their peak, as much charge as they can get. Sound Barrier already ready for Yukino. There is a trade, however. I know what Senna's charge is now, so it will be very, very difficult here for Dreamlight to hold on to this point as Gab goes for a swim in the ice-cold water.
The good thing you can say for the side of Dreamlight is both teams traded out sound barriers, so it's not like Kirby fan was able to take that without any kind of ultimate use, and now they'll be able to just throw everything out and completely snowball this next fight. And ultimate charge is looking pretty even across the board, so Dreamlight definitely has a good chance at defending here and avoiding the snowball.
Coming up here onto Objective B. Verret trying to get active, and Rod is the first casualty. You see Majin very low, will use that self-destruct to get back into mech. This time bank is going to be brutal to get through as Dreamlight have to wait.
They should still have an opportunity to be able to touch. Rally's going to come out, but a great grab.
Beautiful grab, bubbled up that Diva. The Transcendence will not be enough to keep Gap in. However, Rally in from Zepturn. Actimel trying to find something with all of that charge that they've got. Senna with that grab did end up finding Verret, but the numbers are still so heavy in the favor. And even with the bug, even with that excessive amount of rally armor, Kirby fan do roll that snowball up very, very large on Volskaya Industries. 4 minutes and 41 seconds. They have more time than the game would have given them to begin with. Beautiful plays from Kirby fan. Now, Dreamlight, they need to respond with something similar.
Yeah, so that means they're able to gain themselves 41 seconds, which is ridiculously fast. Snowball came through true, you know, considering we're on a map with lots of snow, the snowball rained true. And again, Kirby fan just riding this newfound momentum that they got after absolutely being able to dominate Shambhala Monastery the way they did. I mean, again, this is kind of the nature we talked about when it came to these assault maps. So by no means is this map over at all. Dreamlight could easily just go tit for tat and, you know, finish with just as big as a time bank. Time's gonna tell, but it's with these assault maps. I mean, this is par for the course.
Yeah, it's so what's the word? Volatile. The assault map type is so volatile. You'll either have, you know, one team dominate, or one team is just you know, it's back and forth, right? This game mode, so difficult to find consistency on. It always was. So now, as Dreamlight begin their attack, they're going to need to answer with something big. Maybe, you know, they don't need that massive 5-minute time bank, but they need something. Gonna push in here past the truck as Kirby fan, you know, get their charge up for Actimel, trying to build up here. And Jacob is the first to fall. That is an excellent first pick there for Dreamlight, as Rod has found a second. Now Erikek and Majin both so very low, and that will be the first objective here for Dreamlight.
Yeah, and that was even faster for the side of Dreamlight than what Kirby fan was able to get, as we see the charge getting out of there with the Zarya bubble going to allow Erikek to get back and not feed that ultimate charge. Basically only took them a minute. So now you're in a situation where they could have just as big of a time bank. And because of the way that fight went, they definitely have advantage in some of these ult charges. Like Senna, for example, a lot closer to that grab.
All right. Dreamlight now assaulting the second point. Still have a minute positive in the time bank counter pin out from either side, but unfortunately, the follow-up was there onto Ukej. Gap very lucky to escape with the mech, but that probably will change here soon.
Oh, they get two. Actimel and Pod go down. No transcendence available because of where they're at, and the grab is getting forced. You're going to be in a situation where you'll be able to re-engage if you're Kirby fan, and you'll have a transcendence to boot and no grab to have to worry about.
And what's brutal is that they've got the rally armor in here. Jacob has not built up to that rally. 2 ticks now. There will be the touch coming through. Transcendence as well for Potanova. Gonna try to find something with the self-destruct. Nothing comes through. Senna claimed by the Graviton Surge there. Not much going to come out of it in the way of kills. Yukino does end up falling first, though. Yukesh swinging, trying to find it anything here, in 3 on their backs. Unfortunately, Erikek going down without being able to follow up here. And yeah, that self-destruct planting itself in the face of Senna.
Yeah, the self-destruct was definitely the cherry on top. And now they've gotten the time bank to where no matter what, they have the bigger time bank. 2 ticks were able to get for the side of Dreamland, but a big stagger on the Ukej as Dreamlight needs to back out. Can't allow any more picks and more ult charge to be gained. Verits, Yukino, both gonna have sound barriers, but Pod much further ahead in this trans charge than Rod.
All right, well, Curry fan now bailing back, just, you know, finding as much poke as a GOATS comp could get there, which, frankly, not much. Now rolling into this point. They are minus in the time bank now for Dreamlight here. Still, though, very respectable if they could get this fight win in. Rally comes in from Zepturn, Transcendent Cell, and the sound barrier invested by Kirby fan on the defense. But now that means that Senna's got a free Graviton Surge, and they will just ignore the grab and jump on Pod. Will be one coming out from Actimel, but that one doesn't find anything. The Earth Shatter comes down here. They're trying to find this fight going. The bubble onto the Zen will be good to keep them up, as Dreamlight will not be able to win it out here. They're under 3.
Wow, despite getting out that trans and the sound barrier early and getting a free grab, Actimel getting that high charge and being able to find a bunch of picks ends up flipping it for the side of Kirby fan. Still plenty of time left on the clock for the side of Dreamlight, so you don't got to be stressed yet, as still 2.5 minutes.
Well, there is the self-destruct in here, and it will claim it, Jacob. Now Earthshatter down for Yukesh, only landing onto Actimel, who does weather that storm. A little bit of damage in from the self-destruct of Majin, but yeah, going to be some great follow-up there. Yukesh fell first, and Majin cleaning up the stragglers.
Very well played by Kirby. I was worried, them taking an early pick from the bomb, but Majin was able to force, I mean, they didn't get any picks with the bomb, but it forced positioning, and they got a lot of damage onto air kick. They're able to find him, and then they're able to dive the backline and go after Rod on that Zen.
All right, knock out the high ground immediately is Majin. Waiting, posturing, not trying to get too overextended. Dreamlight does have a couple of decent ultimates here for either side. Nice little counterpin there. They're trying to take it down, and Rod will fall here. Yukesh meets the same fate once more, and I mean, this Kirby fan team has absolutely phoned it in.
Earlier I said, oh, still plenty of time, no need to worry just yet. Now this is the moment where, you start to get a little bit of perspiration on that forehead. You start to be like, okay, guys, we got 1.5 minutes. You're only going to get a couple more cracks of this. We got to get things going.
Well, there's this Graviton and the Earthshatter. Grav did find something that, Shatter did not so much. So, I mean, 2 players down and out here make that 3 gap, having to go off the map again, and just brutal here for Dreamlight as they go below 40 seconds.
One last opportunity for the side of Dreamlight to be able to send this to extras. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, I feel like no matter what, you're in a lose or draw situation. I don't think you're going to be able to cap this with time on the clock. Senna's going to have the grab, but Pod has the trans available, as I think these Diva Bombs might make a major difference in what is going to be the final fight.
Need something big from Gap to follow up on Senna now. Self-destruct invested by Majin early. Not going to find anything there. Transcendence out, though, keeping them up. And Kirby fan getting their picks, but Gap has killed 3. Needed something else there, unfortunately, for the side of Dreamlight. Goes that 3-piece bomb. Not enough. Kirby fans still alive, still kicking, still hungry for more. The reverse sweep very much in play here as they take their 2nd map in a row.
We got ourselves a series, folks, as Kirby fan has come back strong force. That map number 5. This is what CGL Goats is all about, baby. These are the series we live for.
I mean, excellent play there. Kirby fan looked like they were down. They looked like they were out after map number 2. It's hard. It is so hard mentally to come back from that deficit. I mean, especially as hard as Dreamlight Goats was playing against them in those first 2 maps. They looked nigh unstoppable. They made it close at the very end of King's Row, but that was just the beginning of their, slow ascent, right? And after that, they have pretty well dominated both of these following maps. I mean, they lost the first objective on, Volskaya very quickly, but I mean, it sometimes is either really easy or excessively difficult to capture that 2nd point, and it was the former for Kirby fan and the latter for Dreamlight Goats, unfortunately, in this map for them. And now Kirby fans stand on the verge of a reverse sweep to get into the grand finals, and Dreamlight Goats, they're going to have to deny it to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, Eric Kick is doing a lot better job of holding down that front line, not getting picked off early. And in certain situations, we saw on Volsky there that's allowing Ma Jing to be able to go after Rod on that Zen and not allow them to be able to get those Discord orbs and free fire on the entirety of the team. And they're getting picks constantly onto Rod, which is a great adjustment we have seen. Well, folks, we now have a tied series heading into map number 5. Will Kirby Fan ride the wave of momentum to a grand finals ticket, or will Dream Light slam the door in the face of Kirby Fan just before they make the grand finals? We'll find out right after this.
All right, welcome back, everybody. A reverse sweep, very much in the cards here for Kirby Fan. We'll see if they can draw the right one. Our final map of the series will take us to the only other Overwatch 2 map in the pool. We talked about it earlier. We are headed to Antarctic Peninsula for map number 5, our second control series map of the series. Going to be very, very interesting for much of the same reason that Shambali Monastery was, right? It is, you know, a lot tighter than a lot of Overwatch 1 maps would have been overall, right? It is, you know, I still think it's pretty much a rush map in general. So goats could work very, very well on it, but going to be a lot closer to each other than they would be on most of the other maps.
Goats will work perfectly fine on a map like Antarctic Peninsula. The question is how much prep and practice time have these teams put into a map like Antarctic Peninsula? I think everyone knows and assumes Lijiang Towers 99% of the time going to be first map number 1. So how much did you prep all the other maps and expect to possibly go there for like a map number 5 situation? I mean, last time we saw when we went to the newer map to Goat Shambali Monastery, Kirby Fan, this is where they're able to start building their momentum and coming back in this series. So Dreamlight Goats picking this map is definitely an interesting proposition.
An interesting proposition indeed. As we get ready to head in here, it's going to be sub-level for the first sub-map here on Antarctic Peninsula. Battle for the high ground early, as per the usual, especially with a rush composition. Going to be very, very pivotal to grabbing that first flip here on this platform. So as we get ready to head in here, one more map and we will have our first grand finalist here, as of course this comp is very, very fast. They get to the middle of the map excessively quickly, able to get in here. We're already going, and Dreamlight Goats being pushed back into their small room back there for the moment, having to play a little bit safer than I'm sure they would have liked. Senna had to, you know, play safe with that Discord Orb applied, trying to pressure this out. Yukej low, taken it down by their mirror. Erekek good for the first pick, and now a hat trick for Erekek in the first fight here on Antarctic Peninsula. Beautiful start.
This is the interesting part for Antarctic Peninsula, is this submap specifically is the one that's probably the least conducive to playing the Brawl. I mean, not that you can't play, it's still a close quarters map, but the high ground and being able to take the fights where you want and making sure if you do drop to the low ground, being able to do it together and not getting separated. It's communication's going to matter a lot more when it comes to stuff like that.
Erekek absolutely lapping Yukej in that Earth Shatter charge right now. The only answer is the sound barrier. There's the Earth Shatter, and it is big, but it does not land onto Yukino, the target that it most needed to hit. So that sound barrier does come down, keeps them in the fight. Erekek this time is the one to end, pins in, goes down. Now answering with one of his own. Yukej will win the fight here for Dreamlight Goats, since it'll be about 50%.
I'll be honest, Fletch, that was big for Mikino being able to have that sound barrier. I don't think Kirby Fan was expecting that sound barrier to be able to come online so quickly. I mean, Vert is now just building to it as Yukino's already 30% to the next one, so that Lucio difference, huge.
All right, well, Kirby Fan returning to the fight. There is the Graviton Surge, the answer, Transcendence, sound barrier, very durable. The Earth Shatter came out, does not find what they would have liked, unfortunately, as the rally armor bug is overwhelming, to say the least. That is a lot of HP for Dreamlight in this fight. Way too much to overcome.
Feels like another mistake coming out from the side of Kirby fan. When that grab came out, they used both their sound barrier and their transcendence, and you don't want to overlap those ultimates to deal with the grab. You want to use, in that situation, you would have wanted to use the trends because there was a lot of damage coming in, and that sound barrier was not going to be able to be enough. I know in this series they have been using the sound barrier a lot of the time to counter the grab. In that situation, you couldn't. You had to use trans, but they used both, and that's a big mistake.
Coming up here, Jacob has got the rally ready to roll that self-destruct. Not going to claim a target. Did deal a little bit of damage. Now Yuki throwing out the sound barrier. Unfortunately, Majin getting tracked down by Gap there. First pick in this fight will be from Senna. Jacob trying to find something with this rally, but not much. Earth Shatter down from Yukej, only landing onto Actimel, but will be more than enough as Dreamlight roll up to 90%, and that will be this first submap. Sublevel will belong to Dreamlight.
Very, very big time for Dreamlight, especially considering how these last two maps went. To be able to come out onto Antarctic Peninsula and make a big statement, and you know, I think it would have been really bad if Kirby fan came out and got the first map. It almost would have felt like it was over, but Dreamlight able to bring back and rein in some of this momentum that Kirby fan had, as we see, you know, these small little skirmishes continuing to happen on the point, but it's all going to be but over. Dreamlight will win this first sub map.
Yeah. Pinning off Actimel there, brutal. What is also brutal is just how long that armor sticks around, and with it being so much, it's just hard to break through. It's an unfortunate fact, you know. The bugs are going to happen. You know, both teams have benefited from it throughout the series. So, you know, what can you do about it at this moment? However, Kirby fan, you know, it looked pretty good early on. They were able to temper their aggression, but then it kind of felt like they tried to push their limits, and Dreamlight Goats, even with Yukej being on the Reinhardt still, able to take advantage of the overextension that Kirby fan was trying to get away with. So now we head to Laboratory for the second submap. Dreamlight Goats only 100% away from the grand finals. Now Actimel on the high ground trying to build up this charge already at about 30%. Bubble going to come down, going to get up to 80 now. Actimel looking for the damage, giving over a little bit of that charge to Senna, but Yukej is the first casualty here for Dreamlight Goats. Their Reinhardt already gone, so it will be a difficult fight for Dreamlight as it persists.
Kirby fan able to fight back, get some of that momentum. The one thing we will have to keep in mind is we do know the loser of this will be playing Gas Tier 3 in the losers finals, and we will be bringing you guys that action live after this match concludes. So one team will be going to the grand finals, the other team will play Gas Tier 3 in loser finals.
Yeah, coming in here, a little bit of difficulty trying to break the line of Kirby fan right now. Yukej tempering the aggression, you know, trying to find the pin right into the wall. Unfortunately, nothing going there as Patanova pops Senna. Great first pick. Now the sound barrier to get active. Sound barrier out from Yukino is the follow-up, but that will simply not be enough to dissuade this Kirby fan roster as they cross the half century.
Airkick having himself a sub map, finding these picks early and often, absolutely dominant, and this is what we needed to see from Kirby fan coming back. And it feels like now that we've gotten to these more traditional brawl comps where there's not a lot of high ground to work with, it's just meeting each other, colliding in these close quarters, Kirby fan has taken the advantage back.
A lot of damage into Yukej, who has a lot of that armor right now, but will get able to get that pick on it to Erikek, who was a little bit, you know, out of position, unfortunately there. Yukej got very, very low there. Will be able to persist. The grab is in here, but there's not any of that cleaving damage as they're still waiting for Erikek to return. Erikek does have That Earth Shadow ready to go. Flip will come through for Dreamlight at about 87%. Now the grab and the self-destruct invested. Everything going the way of Dreamlight Go. It's a beautiful fight for them.
Still smart of Air Kick to hold on to that Shatter. UKEdge will be able to re-engage with that. I mean, they're going to have all three of their support ultimates. However, because Air Kick got very aggressive in one of the fights, they used their trans to try and keep him alive through that pin. And it kind of really screwed up their ult rotation. Now as Dreamlight might be able to string together a few more of these fights because of that.
All right, coming back in here, UKEdge with the Earth Shadow ready to go, booped in, looking for an opportunity, but just absolutely ripped to bits and pieces. Verret will get traded here. Not going to be a good fight here for Kirby Fan as Actimel also falls.
As percentage is about to be matched for the side of Dreamlight, Kirby Fan gets the pick onto Zep turn. Go, go, go is the green light as they are going to flip this point.
All right, self-destruct in, but Gap is claimed, so Kirby Fan will be able to come in here. They're at 90%. Going to be brutal for a late touch. Majin is ended up demacked. Gap, the last one to get here, but a beautiful stun there onto the Eva means that we are headed to a final sub-map here on Antarctic Peninsula. Of course, I would have it no other way.
Ready for battle.
What more could we ask for in this winners finals final map than to go the distance? 3 maps. It's all going to come down to Icebreaker to decide it. It is more of a traditional, like, let's just meet at the choke and brawl it out. There is a slight little high ground component to those areas just outside the point that simulates a little bit of sub-level to a lesser degree. So we're going to have to see how that goes for both of these teams.
All right, coming in here for one final map, the Icebreaker. Gap trying to jockey for this positioning, looking for anything to break this line. They need this win. They want their representation in the grand finals. Erkek traded for Yukino, but Majin's damage too much to overcome. 3 for the Diva here, and it will be Kirby Fan taking this first flip.
Kirby Fan applying the ultimate amount of pressure onto the side of Dreamlight. This is where things start creeping into your head. We were up 2-0. We won the first sub-map, and now we find ourselves in this situation. Kirby Fan takes the first fight. All the pressure's on Dreamlight.
Actimel trying to find something with their team, but Erkek just drops that. I mean, Erkek and Actimel are getting active 4 for Erkek in this fight. It's brutal.
And they get the DMEC onto Gap. That is absolutely insane. As again, you come to that conundrum: do they go back into spawn and swat? I mean, yeah, there you go. Able to jump off the edge. It's not Shambali where you don't have that opportunity. You're able to do that if you're Gap. Big time plays. Kirby Fan, however, lots and lots of ultimates to be able to use this. Dreamlight's lagging behind in a lot of these.
All right, coming in here. Half century mark eclipsed for Kirby Fan. Looking immensely confident. Pin gonna come through. Not gonna find a target, but Yukino was caught out of position. Senna claims themselves. That is brutal. Senna still only at 47% to grab.
And all they used in that fight was transit. It doesn't even matter because by the time of one final fight, it's very unlikely you get it. And anyway, you're going to have a rally and a sound barrier by the time that even comes online. This is looking absolutely dismal for the side of Dreamlight.
They need a miracle, and they have some, very, very effective tools to get that done. The grab in from Actimel, Earthshatter down from either side. Each one will claim 1 or 2 players there. self-destruct in from Gab, not going to find a target as overtime begins here on the icebreaker. Actimel does fall, but what happened to you, Kej?
I don't know if that was a pin off
unfortunate-
the edge, I think.
Unfortunate for Dreamlight Goats, but it seems like they still have the numbers here to stay in this fight and get their first flip here of the icebreaker. They're going to use the Graviton Surge. They want to win this fight outright, but the Grab not going to be able to find the immense value that they would have liked. And Pod has come back in, found a pick, popped the trance. The healing is immense for Kirby Fan. The pressure is immense for Kirby Fan. The W key glued to the keyboards of this team. The reverse sweep is complete. Kirby Fan is the first grand finalist in the EU GOATS tournament.
What a comeback for the side of Kirby Fan. That had been the big question, was how would things, especially with the roster of Dreamlight, affect things? We did see, you know, their roster with get back to full, but then Vert did have to come back in. Excuse me. And then the side of Kirby Fan being down 2-0, being able to take the Shambali, find this positive momentum, and really come back in the series. And even after dropping the first map on the final map, they didn't let that get to them. They came back, dominated the next 2 maps, and punched their ticket to the grand finals. Wow, oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, they just looked confident. And that is such a massive part of the puzzle, right? So much of, you know, competition is confidence. Obviously, the skill plays, you know, just as big of a role in winning, but with confidence, sometimes you can get more than you bargain for, right? Kirby Fan, after they got their first win there on map number 3, right? It was so they look like a different team than what we saw on maps 1 and 2, right? On Lijiang Tower, on King's Row, as they headed into Shambali, they flipped a switch. They did not slow down for a second. You know, all 3 of those maps on Antarctic Peninsula were fairly close, but ultimately, I mean, momentum was in the favor of Kirby Fan, and they proved that they were the better team in the back half of this series for certain. They're the first grand finalist of this tournament. An excellent job by them.
Congratulations to Kirby Fan. Punch the ticket to the grand finals. Dreamlight, not over for you guys yet. You will have an opportunity to go play Gas Tier 3 in the losers final, which is interesting because these teams have not matched up, at least in the bracket stage yet. Kirby Fan was the one who knocked Gas Tier 3 down to the lower bracket. Very curious to see how that will go. Before we go to a break and set up that match, we have a couple things we'd like to go over. First of all, at the end of this month, we have a tournament happening for Kunoichi, our amazing marginalized gender tournaments, the Rising Championships Invitational. You know, you're going to see all of your favorites from that marginalized gender community battling it out. And a lot of teams use this for warm-up for Calling All Hero events. So a lot of talented teams tend to enter, but it's teams of all ranks from the highest to the lowest.
I would like to bring up that this is for Rising. So the lower tournament, because Calling All Heroes does not have a Rising championship. Our boss and good friend Head Rammer has stepped up to bankroll this Rising championship. So for the first time, the Rising community will have a champion to of their own. So that is going to be very, very exciting. And what is going to be just as exciting is coming up just a little while after that. We have got CGL season, what is it? 14, 15, something like that.
15,
yeah.
Yep.
CGL's been around for a very, very long time, and For the first time, of course, we have got South America in this tournament, supported as a region of its own. Exciting gameplay here starting on February 3rd. Go get signed up if you have not already. So now that we have got that out of the way, we're going to cut to a quick break. When we come back, we will have Gas Tier 3 versus Dreamlight Goats for the final spot in the grand finals. A lot of Overwatch to come here. Get excited. It's going to be great.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We have got our lower finals here. Winner moves on to the grand finals. Loser, I guess, just gets off their computer for the night. It is going to be Gas Tier 3, Not a Job, versus a team from our last match. Dream Light Goats. Going to be a very, very good match here. Ray, I'm going to be honest with you. My big question mark is, how is Dream Light feeling, right? Because not only was that match brutally long, right? It was 5 maps. They got reverse swept, right? That is one of the worst feelings in the world. So now, with your tournament life on the line for Dreamlight, they have to overcome that mental. They cannot let it consume them. They have to be able to keep themselves in this game, in this match.
Yeah, your brain almost has to be like a computer and just memory core dump everything that just happened and just allow yourself to be able to refocus. They've had like 10 or so minutes to be able to calm down, get out of their head. If I was a team, I would have gotten some food or, done some jokes or done something silly. You got to reset everything. You got to get everyone out of that anxious mindset that they were in that series and look to refocus. As Gas Tier 3 is no joke. They are quite a talented squad. And like I mentioned, these two teams have not met in the bracket stage yet. Kirby fan was the one who sent Gas Tier 3 down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be a very, very interesting one, as we do know what our lineups are going to look like here. As we look at our new team here, Gas Tier 3 is Not a Job. Fakin Vix, Booga, and Demon on the tank role, and Horrocks, Tekuno, and Captain Prash in the backline. A bunch of veterans here on this team, especially in that backline. Very, very strong that backline is with Horrocks, Tekuno, and Prash. Gas Tier 3 has built themselves a squad to take this tournament on, but we got some familiar faces on the other side, right?
Yep, as we'll go ahead and remind you guys of that roster for Dreamlight. Ukej, Gap, and Central on that tank with Chef, Yukino, and which is interesting because this is not what they had originally. They have Chef coming back on the support, so the Ringer no longer here.
Yeah, and Centralapan is also new to this lineup, right? It was like you said, was not there before. So I'm interested to know like what what happened and why Centrala is in here now. But regardless, yeah, it is what it is. Dreamlight. Maybe they felt like they needed a change of pace, or their original Zari player needed to leave. I will not know that answer unless somebody is gonna bring it up in chat. But
my guess, at least initially, would be like they would rather get their original Brig player in there and shuffle around and put whoever they needed to put to play the Zarya, because I mean, yes, ideally, tank players play Zarya, but in these GOAT situations, so many DPS players play the GOAT. So I think the Zarya, it's easier to find someone, whether it's a tank sub or a DPS sub, who can play that Zarya versus finding someone who can fit that role of the Brig, because the Brig is just essential. And literally, GOATs was made because Brig became a character.
yeah. I mean, like I said it earlier at some point in our last match, right? Brig is the linchpin. He is, so important to this composition. There's, a couple of things you can change around. You can bring the Ana, the Moira, the Winston, or, even there was the Sombra Goats back in the day, right? The one character that is absolutely necessary is Brig. The stun rally, especially, such an important ultimate. It builds so quickly in the those close range fights. Get that inspire, that damage going. Brig, super duper important indeed. But now, as we get ready to head into our first map, I'm not sure if we have the selection coming through just yet. I guess if somebody was gonna bet on it, it's Lijiang Tower. If you're betting on the money on what map is going to be picked first, especially in a Goats tournament, I bet those Vegas odds would be in the pluses for certain.
No doubt, as I think you can pretty much just solid bet that every single one of these series are going to start on Lijiang Tower. Dreamlight was able to pick the map pick because they came from the winner's side of the bracket into the losers. Excuse me. Gas Tier 3 was waiting for them. Now, the big question is, with the shakeups to their roster that Dreamlight has had, can they find the situated roster they need to get through Gas Tier 3 and then make it back to the Grand Finals to go re-challenge and get revenge on Kirby Fan?
Regardless of the outcome, we will know who will move into the top to the final, to the grand final of this tournament. Gas Tier 3 versus Dreamlight Goats. As always, we're starting out on Lijiang Tower, going to Lijiang Tower Garden. Going to be very, very interesting, very fun as we get ready to head in here. Nothing changing for Dreamlight Goats. Everybody except Centrala, back on what they were on in our previous match on the other side. Fake and Vix, Demon on the Reinhardt and the Zarya respectively. I can't imagine Booga stays on that Winston, yeah. And the rest is history. It's pretty standard.
Alrighty, here we go. First map coming out of this losers finals as we see everyone getting charged up here on Gardens.
Oh. Tekino just explodes here early as Gap finds 2 with the booster rockets. So excellent start here for Dreamlight Goats as RX tries to find something knocked over onto the wall, but nothing going to come out of that.
I mean, you can't ask for more than being able to get the Zenyatta down early, get all that damage off of the field, and just be able to clean up after that. Well played by the side of Dreamlight.
All right, Gas coming back in once more, looking through the white room. The rotations in effect here for Gas. No ultimates to really speak of, with the exception of Rod and Yugi. Both have those support ultimates. Sound barrier out from Yuki, going to get active with that sound barrier, but Yukej, Discord Orb applied, explodes here as Horax and Prash will find one each. Gap trying their damnedest to keep this fight in check, but not enough to do everything by yourself. The Transcendence from Rod to keep their diva up. Gap will have that self-destruct to get back in. Unfortunately, Tekino and Prash will be able to keep that from happening. 53% now for Dreamlight Goats. It'll be Gas taking over.
Yeah, and it was very nice job from Gas because it's very minimal ult usage to be able to get back into that. It only cost them their Shatter and their Rally within that fight. So they're going to have a lot of tools to continue to defend here. Oh. Central going down early as Dreamlight cannot afford to push without that Zarya because you need a lot of that damage to break that Rhine shield early and get people down.
Brutal there for Dreamlight. Gas with an excellent fight coming up here. They've got 4 ultimates. Dreamlight have 3. Unfortunately for Gas, unfortunately for Dreamlight rather, there's not really an answer to speak of unless they get this rally armor rolling early to the Graviton. Well, I guess the answer to the Graviton Surge is there simply will not be a Graviton Surge. Great job picking out Demon there early. Will pop the rally, get that armor rolling, and will be able to, you know, withstand this assault for a while. Tekno dropping this Transcendence early here as both crafts are invested. The Demon and Centralo able to get the trade there, but unfortunately, Bugha not going to be able to jump on to that Zenyatta. Gap tracked down by Demon as the point percentage continues to tick for Gas.
Oryx coming onto the point, trying to stall as Chef gets a pick on the Demon, and it feels like things are coming in, but this is just a great stall coming from Gas T3 regardless of losing this fight, and they get robbed to boot?
Yeah, Tekno able to track that kill down as the staggers continue to roll through, and Gas will not yield. This is insanely brutal, and they found the picks late. It is a 3, now 4 versus 2 on the objective. Gap finds 1. Now sound barrier out from Yukino. Gap going to be able to get back into the mech here. Finds 2 of their own. Demon, though, able to trade out Yuki. Gap claims a 3rd there as the fight continues to rage here. As Gas continues to come in one by one, and for the most part, they are not dying quickly. Now rallies out from both sides. This fight is ridiculous. Transcendence out from Rod, and unfortunately, Prash will get claimed by that pin. Earth Shatter down from Fake and Vix, going to be able to claim Yukej there. And Gas Tier 3 will be able to withstand the onslaught, and they're going to be able to take the first sub-map in what was a spectacular drip feed of touch, get out, touch, get out.
That was absolutely ridiculous. They had no business being able to do that, Fletch. That is insane. I mean, but that is just the talent that Gas Tier 3 has. Horrocks being able to hold onto that point as long as they did is craziness. Now, one has to wonder what's going on through the heads of Dreamlight. You know, one would think frustration could be going in, like, we should have won that fight ages ago, and it just didn't happen. And it's only feeding into the frustrations of what happened in the last series.
Yeah, and, you know, you saw, I'm sure it was kind of like just Bugha poking fun at it, right, at the end there. But I mean, it was right. Bugha said, target priority. It is important, and, I mean, I feel like that is what kind of gave Gas the edge there, what kept them going. Nobody looked at one player, so now they need to get that in check as we head into Control Center. Already back to the middle, Fake Nevix trying to withstand and hold ground there. Yukej getting stunned there. Not much going to come out of that, unfortunately, for Gas, but Tekno just going to explode here. A lot of damage being put into the Brig, but with Nevix being discorded there, it will mean that Gas Tier 3 will not be able to withstand that storm once this fight comes to a close.
That is how you wanted to open things up if you're Dreamlight after what happened at the end of that. I mean, Gap is out of their mech. Oh, they're very close. Never mind. I was going to say that might matter, but they're able to get that back extremely quickly. We did see a rally was used in that fight. It's by Captain Prash, so you're going to have that advantage if you're Chef.
All right. Coming back in here is Gas. Yukej has the Earth Shadow ready to go, looking for the opportunity, trying to take it, but blocked there by Fake Nevix. Now Sound Barrier out from Horrocks to get active for Gas. Sound Barrier will be answered, though, from Yukino on the other side, and Gap will be able to track down Tekno. Demon and Fake Nevix are just having to hold that S key to get back into spawn.
Central has the ability also to get aggressive. Now that sound barrier is out and there's no trans available for Takuno at the moment, this Grat can get extremely strong on the corner here. I mean, they are getting closer and closer to be able to get to that trend, so maybe you want to play it a little bit safer if you decide to Dreamlight at this point.
Well, there is the Graviton Surge out, and it will assist Gap in claiming 2 kills with the self-destruct, and Fake Nevix and Booga will meet the fates there down on the bottom as Dreamlight look to dominate.
As Yukage drops the MTD in the chat. Hilarious. You will have the grab difference for the side of Gas Tier 3, but again, that trans is still there, and they've already taken down Ryan.
Yeah, Fake Nevix down so quickly. Yukage, though, anteed up, exploded there. Don't need a hammer to get through that. A flail and a beam will do just fine, and Dreamlight will be taken down here as Gas take over.
Uphill battle for the side of Gas Tier 3 to win this submap and this map in general, but if anyone can do it, it's definitely Gas Tier 3. Dreamlight's only got to win one fight. They're going to have the rally coming in this fight, but Gas Tier 3 has a lot more at their disposal. 2 of their tank ults, and they have a sound barrier to boot as well. So I think Gas Tier 3 could ride this to maybe another team fight win or two. I think Dreamlight just needs to be patient.
Well, there is the self-destruct out from Booga, and it gets him turned around. You've got to block it, and unfortunately, Yukage, you can only block one thing at a time, and they came in from the back, and they dominate here as Gas continues to hold.
See the aggression coming out from Gas Tier 3. We do see the Brig right there, ready as the Shatter comes out.
That is 5 players on their backs, massive from Fake Nevix, and a beautiful follow-up will take Gas past the half-century mark.
And nicely done by Captain Prash, stunning Yukage so you could not block that shot. I mean, regardless, I think because of how spread out they were coming through the door, you were going to get something regardless, but you're able to secure pretty much everyone into that shatter because of the stun.
Alright, now coming up on a bunch of ultimates from either side. Captain Prash going to throw in the rally sound barrier from Yukino as the Graviton Surge comes out from Centrala. Unfortunately, Yukage has a fallen demon, still has this grab left to go should they choose to invest it, but they're just going to wait for their Reinhardt to return.
Not only that, Fletch, but both the sound barrier and trans were used in that fight, so Dreamlight doesn't really have anything to deal with this grab.
There is a said grab. Centrala explodes. Gas able to follow up very beautifully here as the staggers will go away. 99 to 99 now. Gap does not need a mech at all. The pilot Diva claims the life of Yukage and claims the map here of Lijiang Tower. Gas Tier 3. A spectacular performance here on Lijiang Tower. Get the job done, and hey, couldn't ask for a better start.
As both teams obviously want to punch their ticket to the Grand Final, but both teams also wanting to get revenge specifically on Kirby Fan. Both teams got sent to the lower bracket by Kirby Fan specifically. So both teams have revenge on their mind. And the thing was, Kirby Fan actually 2-0'd earlier on the side of Gas Tier 3 to send them to the lower bracket, and then Dreamlight just got done with their 5-map series. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens as this progresses, especially into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be taken into account, right? You don't ever it's hard to quantify just how much mental capacity it takes to not only play in a 5-map series, but get reverse swept, and then 10 minutes later have to come back in here and play another to keep your tournament alive. It's brutal. It really, really is. So, you know, Dreamlight, they falter. I mean, it was an unfortunately spectacular performance from Gas too. I don't think I've ever seen a chain of touches quite like what Gas did on Garden. That was ridiculous. I can't really think of another word to call what happened on Garden. But I mean, it kind of felt like after they got to 99 on Control Center, but after that, Gas kind of laid it on. They did something similar to what they did on the first sub map, but it was a little bit more consistent, right? They were consistently together. It wasn't 1v1 where they were still getting that major value. It was the team play that got them through, and didn't need the spectacular stagger touches to win that second sub map. So Gas tier 3 moving in it to hybrid. I bet the Vegas odds are going to be plus for the map we're probably going to be getting here on map 2. So we don't know just yet, but I'd say it's a pretty safe bet.
This is so funny to me. We're literally in a CGL GOATS tournament. We're talking about the Vegas odds on getting.
Yeah, the Vegas odds for CGL. Yeah, the Vegas odds for map 2. It's plus 130.
Oh man, that's so funny. But the side of Gas tier 3 to be able to come in after getting sent to the losers finals yesterday by Kirby Fan, to come out against Dreamlight, who just was in a 5-map excruciating defeat against Kirby Fan, pretty much dominate that first map. I mean, you did have some back and forth moments, but that trickle in Horrocks and everyone coming to the point to keep that point alive on Gardens to ultimately get it into the dominating effort on Control Center, I think they're feeling pretty good.
I mean, you have to be. That was a very, very strong performance, and not exactly what we saw on their first map, right, of the last series, right? That one was a lot closer than this first one was here in this one. So Dreamlight, they still got life. They're not done yet. They're not out, but they cannot let this map weigh on them. They've got to be able to bring it out here on now the bet hits. It's going to be Kings Row for map number 2. So I mean, there's not really much that I can say that we haven't said already. Kings Row is Kings Row is Kings Row. It's Kings Row, Ray. I don't know if you know it's Kings Row.
I mean, it's Kings Row, all right. But for the side of Dreamlight, previously on Kings Row against Kirby Fans specifically, we did see a very close map where both teams were able to cap all of them, and then Dreamlight was able to come through in the clutch. Question is, can they come up with the goods to turn things around against Gas Tier 3? I had said previously I felt for the side of Kirby Fan, it was going to be pivotal to be able to win this map. Obviously, it ended up, not being as pivotal because they were able to reverse sweep. But I still think, especially with the way Gas Tier 3 is playing right now, and Gas Tier 3 is definitely a vibes team. And, they came out and they strutted on map number 1. If they come out and win map number 2 as well, I think it's going to be very hard to take them out of it when they're rolling the way they are.
Yeah. It's been, it was a great start for Gas here in this series. We'll see if they can keep up that momentum. We saw Dreamlight in their last series, right? Like you said, get that reverse sweep. It looked brutal after the first 2 maps. So it's not like they haven't been in this position before. I talk about the negative aspects of, I talk about the negative aspects of the reverse sweep, but it also means that, you've got a lot of time under your belt. Gas's last match was a 3-0, which was a strong performance for sure. But Dreamlight, they've got a little bit more, they're a little bit more warm, so they could possibly have that advantage. But I mean, it's not going to be easy. Gas is a very, very strong team, and Dreamlight has been playing for a very long time today. It was never going to be easy, even if they had gotten, even if it was a quick match in the upper bracket, but they've got a big wall ahead of them in gas. So as we get ready to head into King's Row, I look for Dreamlight. I need Ukej to step up like we saw on the first 2 maps of their last series, right? I need them to come together to play this game like it was meant to be played, like we saw what they were capable of in those first 2 matches of that last series.
Alrighty, King's Row is the destination for map number 2. As we see Dreamlight, or actually Gas Tier 3 got to pick sides, so they have picked the big energy side of picking, like I mentioned, with picking that defense. It all predicates to me on being able to first point hold and get in the heads of the opponent teams, and this definitely feels like a Gas Tier 3 type of move to be able to pull out the defense instead of attacking first.
All right, here we go. King's Row map number 2. Dreamlight trying to stay alive, trying to find their footing, but that Discord orb applied to Chef, not going to be easy to get away with. And yeah, Dreamlight Goats, they are just going to explode here in the first fight.
Yeah, absolutely rolled. As for the side of Booga, they just had that high ground angle, got on top of the statue, and was able to apply so much pressure to Chef. I mean, they only got 3% ult charge in that fight because they were just obliterated so quickly.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate start to be certain for Chef and the side of Dreamlight Goats, especially as Horex is going to find their mirror. And I mean, it's just getting brutal. The talk is heating up. Gas is confident.
That they are. They're absolutely dominating Dreamlight. And it didn't even look like this for Kirby Fan on King's Row. I mean, yes, eventually, as the series went on, Kirby Fan found their angles and their time to dominate. But man, right out the gate, Gas Tier 3 has pedal fully on the gas.
Well, there is the Earth Shatter from Fake Nevix. A bit of a slow mode engage as Gas continues to roll. They continue to dominate.
And again, all that cost them with the horrible, horrible stagger on to Gap. All it cost them was that Reinhardt ult. Things are looking good for Gas Tier 3.
Yeah, and they've got 5 more to spend here. Sound barrier out from Yukino. The Transcendence probably going to be used to try and keep this fight going. Will not end up being invested, but the rally was, so that's unfortunate for Dreamlight as they bail. Back to spawn one more time, under 2 minutes now.
Yeah, half the time clock is already taken. Both teams going to have a few ults online. Dreamlight definitely going to have the advantage as they will have the grab and the shatter, and they only have a Transcendence to work with, so the shatter should be free. Oof. Wow.
Self-destruct in from Booga will actually claim Chef. It's an unfortunate circumstance to be in. Gap loses the mech as Fake Nevix holds it down the W key. Yukej falls, and unfortunately Yukino gets pinned to their own spawn door.
But now you know for the side of Dreamlight that there is no there's no Transcendence available for the side of Gas Tier 3, so you should be able to grab with the utmost calm. You just got to make sure it doesn't get eaten.
Or shattered down, and oh my god, Fake Nevix drops 5 players, and Booga cleans them up. Nobody has gone down for Gas Tier 3 yet.
Absolutely insane. And Dreamlight still has 4 ults to be able to commit. And I think as Captain Prash is now going to have the rally. So if you can get this up quickly, pop it early.
What?
Oh, what is this?
Yeah, claimed by the stray Fire Strike here. We're going to see the Graviton Surge invested, and Fake Nevix will be the first to fall here for Gas Tier 3. And I mean, we've seen it happen a couple of times with Dreamlight in that last match, but hubris gets in the way of Gas full holding, and Dreamlight will now have a win con.
No, I am flabbergasted by that show. Because it didn't show the fire strike killing the kill feed. That's why I'm so confused. I'm just like, what? I don't know what happened.
I think it's just a visual bug. I haven't seen it all day, but they have been getting fire strike kills. I think you just can't see it in the kill feed. It's
okay.
It's strange, but they did end up getting that, but overcommitted in the end as Gas will look to hold at the choke. Looking for the opportunity to come in here. They've got 5 ultimates. Earthshatter down for Yukej. Demon with this Graviton Surge ready to go. Gonna throw it right down on the cart. Fake Nevix gonna come in and swing on those players. Yukino the first to fall here. Yukej will meet the Maker there. Same fate as their teammate, as the Staggers will come through looking to push him back into spawn.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a stray charge that put Yukej out of position or if that was Horrocks coming from behind and booping him out of position, but regardless, Gas Tier 3 able to take advantage. They did lose Horrocks in that fight. He'll be back quickly, but it's still a long way to come back from spawn, as Gas Tier 3 still going to look to push on the gas. Captain Crash goes down, though.
A little bit overextended, but Yukej is traded here. That is brutal. Gonna walk forward with this Reinhardt now. Unfortunately, Fake and Nevix will be dropped there. Not gonna find anything with that pin as Dreamlight continues to push, but they've only got a minute left.
Yeah, I think given that Horrocks was very far behind, they were down a couple players. They needed to go for the aggressive play. Captain Crash get picked early, so then they really got to go for the aggressive charge, and then it's just all over from there. Rounding the last couple of corners for this point number 2, Gas Tier 3 ready to go. 45 seconds left on the clock for Dreamlight.
All right, a couple of ultimates coming up here in the tank department for Dreamlight. Self-destruct, Graviton Surge. We're going to see the first. Self-destruct will not claim a life there. And the Graviton Surge is eaten both. Ultimates thrown to the wayside. However, Fake Nevix taken down. Neither ultimate finding the value that they wanted, but it was all in the plan there. They played the distraction. They got the job done, and Dreamlight will be able to cap out here.
Nicely done. The problem is, because of the amount of time it took them to cap the first point, they're going to have to move just as swiftly and quickly on this third point, because they want to make sure they cap with time, so they can afford to maybe lose one more team fight.
Right, coming up here, the 5 ultimates for Gas. Earthshatter, though, down and out. Knocks out Prash, and Nevix will be brutal here as the cleanup comes through. They're going to be able to get around this corner.
Tactical reset coming in from Gas Tier 3. Again, still a lot available in the department for Dreamlight. They're going to have 4, maybe 5 ults, depending on how long this goes, as they use the... Oh, okay, I see what they're doing there.
Yeah, grabbing to hold at the spawn. Yeah, grabbing to hold at the spawn door, but... or rather to hold the players at the spawn door, not going to let them get there. 30 seconds left. Now Dreamlight need something big here.
That was a smart play by Demon, not allowing Dreamlight to be able to back up, keeping them at the spawn doors, and being able to punish that aggression. Central will have a grab to be able to use in this next fight, and this is a pivotal moment. They need to get in there and use it fast. No sound barrier, no rally, no transcendence. This should be big for Central.
There is the Earthshatter only landing on Tishantralapan. Not going to find much there, as Demon looks at, is very close to another Graviton Surge here, but Self-Destruct needs to find something good. Will not, unfortunately, for Gas, but Yukej going down is going to be brutal. Nevix does end up getting traded, though, as the Transcendence comes out from Tekano to try and keep this fight rolling. Graviton Surge ready to go for Demon. Going to get thrown right onto the cart. Demon is going to be able to claim the life of Yukino, and now down a bunch of players in the spawn advantage in the hand of Gas Tier 3. This should be a fight win, but it's being made very, very close by Dreamlight here. Yukej does end up falling over once more here. able to get rid of the bubble there. And flirting with death there is fake Nevix, almost falling off the map, but with Yukino going down, it's brutal. The trades continue to come through. Dreamlight continues to roll through, and the staggers looking like what we saw from Gas on map number 1. The grab is in, and Dreamlight, they will be able to full capture here on King's Row. Spectacular.
Considering what they were looking at with the way first point was going, to be able to get all the way and cap all 3 points, huge. However, no time on the clock, so that's going to be a little bit disappointing. So if Gas Tier 3 comes out firing on all cylinders like they did on their defense at first, and they finish with over a minute on the clock, that's where things get rough if either side of Dreamlight. So your utmost thing is you're stopping them from capping all 3 points. That's the main goal, because you'll win the map. But if it comes to a point where it looks like they're just playing so what they're going to have to cap, you have to make sure you drain under a minute, like to where they only have under a minute left on the clock when they cap.
Yeah, so important. So important here. But I mean, Dreamlight all day long, they have just found a way to win, right? Or rather, in the first couple of maps there, but they found a way to win here on map number 2. So far, a very, very good push. They obviously would have liked to cap with, you know, some time on the clock. It is what it is. You've got to be able to take and run with that capture as it is. They got to find something here. Now Gas on the attack, looking to move to match point. Playing around the Mondada statue, as always here early on King's Row, and blink and you miss it. Chef, Rod are dead, buried, sent to spawn. It would just happen so fast.
I'm going to be 100% Fletch. My dog walked into my room, and I glanced over for a second just to see who that was. And I looked back, I was like, wait, what the heck did I just miss? That is insane.
Breakneck speed here for Gas Tier 3 so far, and I mean, Dreamlights will be able to get back, play the choke here. I'm gonna wait for that objective to push up just a little bit longer, but 5.5 minutes. That's a little more time than Dreamlight had when they captured the first time. I don't know if you noticed, Ray.
Takuno already going to have a transcendence. This is ridiculous.
Breakneck, absolute speed here for Gas Tier 3, and they are getting active once more. And Centralapan, just they're dying so quickly that the fights can't even transpire. They're not even getting a chance.
You get Takuno in the fight, but it doesn't matter. Your entire team has been wiped. You're going to get around the bookstore corner. So really, his second point's going to come down to one more fight. Gas Tier 3 has pretty much built up to their entire arsenal of ults. Yukid's barely crossing 50% to the Shadow, and Centralpan is just barely at 60 to the grab.
All right, coming in here with 6 ultimates just about for Gas Tier 3. The first to be used is the rally, and that very well may be all that they need. They've already dropped Yukej and Chef. Man, this is absolutely brutal, devastating for Dreamlight. They cannot find a foothold.
Yeah, and Yukino used the sound barrier in that fight. Yeah, it's crazy that Gas Tier 3 is able to win that and only use the rally. Still 5 ults to be able to use in this next fight. Dreamlight is just on the back foot this entire defense.
There's the grab, gets the Transcendence out from Rod. Still though, 4 ultimates in the hands of Gas Tier 3, going to invest the You've got a shield, Yukej. You have to block that. This is so brutal for Dreamlight as they continue to get staggered out here late.
Yeah, that's another clean team fight. One more to get this delivered. And they just crossed the 5-minute mark on their time bank. Still have all their support ultimates. Nevix does go down. They don't have their Ryan. They got to be very careful here. Yeah, I'd look to back up as well.
Yep, that was a bit of an int by Fake Nevix, walking up into the spawn door all alone. Not a recipe for success in most scenarios. Now we see the Earth Shatter down from Fake Nevix, only claiming one, but a beautiful answer from Ukej and Booga eating that Graviton Surge. We're going to see the Transcendence out as an answer here to keep them in this fight. Ukej and Chef falling over here is not going to spell success here for Gas Tier, or rather Dreamlight, the Transcendence as the late touch. And not only did they finish with time, not only did they finish with over a minute, they finished with 4 minutes on the clock.
Again,
My
folks.
God.
We talk about impressive time banks. You literally get 4 minutes initially to attack. They gained 3 seconds on their attack on King's Row. That is mind-boggling. And now they have more than the original time bank. You normally get 4. Now they have 4:03, and all they need is a single tick, and they're up 2-0 in the series. Oh,
they ended the first fight in 15 seconds.
Yep.
Oh man, right now I am struggling to see a scenario where Dreamlight can come out on top on this map. It is going to be so difficult for them to win this out. I mean, especially with what we saw Gas do the first time around. Man, they look horrifically terrifying for Gas Tier 3. I would not want to be playing this team right now. They are hitting their stride.
It seems like it's pretty much going to be all but inevitable. I mean, I'm not going to say never, because it's always possible to get the hold, but it seems like it's like a 0.1% chance.
Alright, coming in here one more time. Dreamlight needs a miracle. They needed the Hail Mary, and Prod is just taking it down so quickly. And they're getting these players so low, but the supports are just too much. Fake Nevix may very well go down here, but I mean, the numbers, the spawn advantage, it's so heavy in the favor of Gas Tier 3. They did not even need 30 seconds to win that out. Gas Tier 3 moving to match point. They look terrifying.
That they do. One has to wonder. I saw in chat there's definitely a few people from Kirby fan in there. Wonder what they're thinking watching Gas Tier 3 absolutely run over Dreamlight and it not even being close, because as it sits, that's who they're going to be facing in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's they need something for Dreamlight, and they just have not been able to find it thus far. Absolute domination start to finish on King's Row. I mean, to be honest with you, Ray, I think that Dreamlight capping that, I don't want to say it was lucky, but Gas did kind of int in the what would have been one of the last fights there on Objective A. They kind of threw it away and let themselves get killed. Dreamlight took advantage of the opportunity, which I do give them props for. They were able to capture there. You know, they took it to an extra round. Unfortunately, I mean, it's just so hard to win when a team is playing on all cylinders like Gas Tier 3 is.
It really is tough. Folks, Gas Tier 3 has looked like the monster that we thought they could and would be despite being in the lower bracket. They find themselves up 2-0 against Dreamlight. Can Dreamlight turn it around just like Kirby Fan did to them in the winners finals? Well, we'll find out after this. We'll be right back.
I'll phrase here. All right, welcome back, everybody. Match point now is Gas Tier 3. Oh, I mean, that was just an absolute breakneck pace of play for them there on Kings Row. Did not slow down, not a single time, especially on either of their attacks. Dominance is the only word to describe what we just saw. Now, as we head into map number 3, Dreamlight Goats need something to happen here. Their map selection, it's going to be Rialto here for map number 3, Ray, as selected by Dreamlight.
This feels like a more classic goat style escort map, unlike last series when we got Shambali Monastery. Question is, can Dreamlight turn it around here? Gas Tier 3 just seems to be not making any major mistakes. I mean, they made one mistake on Kings Row defense. They got a little too big for their britches and they gave up the first point, and then after that kind of snowballed into giving up all 3, but then they came back and absolutely dominated from that point on. So I feel like at this point, if you're Dreamlight, you have to force Gas Tier 3 into making mistakes, or you got to play absolutely perfect from here on out.
Absolutely. And I mean, here on Rialto, especially early on in the map, the high ground control going to be very, very important. Objective A, and most of Objective B will be in that scenario. Control of the high ground with the divas, with the Zens, could be absolutely imperative to a map win on Rialto. Objective C, there's not really much high ground to speak of at all. So, going to be a little bit more flat there should we get to Objective C. But, yeah, it's going to be important to control that high ground for these teams here early on Rialto, even if there isn't so much of that poke that you'd see with like an Ashe or a Sojourn or something like that.
It all comes down to this for Dreamlight. They have to pull off the reverse sweep, or they're finding themselves going home after losing a heartbreaker to Kirby Fan in the winners finals. And then it would be a 3-0 sweep at this point if things continue to go the way they are. So hopefully this little break they had gave them some time to think about some changes, some different ways to go about it, and find their way back to coming back in the series.
Need it. They need it badly here. Do Dreamlight Goats. Monumental task ahead of them. Absolute mountain of a hill to climb is Dreamlight Goats. They got to get over Gas Tier 3. They got a reverse sweep to do it. Getting ready to head in here. Of course, nothing going to change as we head in here to Rialto.
You see the little post coming out from Fig Nevix. Gotta love the pineapple pizza emote as well. I'm not a big fan of, pineapple on my pizza, but I'm a live and let live kind of guy. If you enjoy it, people.
All right. Continuing to terrorize Yukino on the other side. The man is sick. Leave him alone, y'all. Tekno immediately drops Chef. So, getting active in the spawn doors of Dreamlight Goats is Gas Tier 3, and they're not taking a step back from what we saw in Kings Row.
No, they are continuing to... they're like speeding down the highway at a... how do I convert this to kilometers? I don't know. Like 120 miles an hour. I don't know what that converts to kilometers, if I'm being honest. Stupid American brain over here. But they are just going full speed ahead.
Yeah. Demon trying to take care of the Reinhardt, but Fake Nevix does end up falling here. Demon does have some healing to speak of. Well, a lot less now that Tekno and Prash have fallen, and This fight is still raging in the backline as, I mean, be damned everybody else. Gas Tier 3 will not relent.
Despite losing one early, Gas Tier 3 still playing with the same aggression that they've been playing with. They now are forced to back up to the first corner, but they already took over a minute off the clock, and they're still going to be able to hold up aggressive where you normally would on a map like this.
All right, so push will begin. Had to disengage, but it was an excellent hold there. Knocked off about 90 seconds from the clock. Now sound barrier to come in, gonna get active here early in this fight. Grab in. Now you know going to throw out their sound barrier as well as the Transcendence. Transcendence will fade away so that Earth Shatter will find the value and will mean that Gas will continue to dominate.
And again, they did use quite a bit in that fight, but they got a big response from the side of Dreamlight as well. Dreamlight used all of their support ultimates, so they're not going to have that available. For this incoming grab, you will have that Transcendence from Takuno, and then really Booga, who's had some pretty good Diva Bombs. Got to look to find another one.
Well, speaking of Diva Bombs, and good ones, I suppose, 2 for Gap. Not going to be an excellent play there for Gas Tier 3. They had 2 players that could block that, simply didn't, and now Dreamlight will be able to clean this fight up.
And as we round the final corner, Gas Tier 3 will have an opportunity to take another fight before it goes across the finish line. Still have that chance to deal with the grab, and Booga still got to come through with the Diva Bomb.
All right, coming up, here's the Earth Shatter, only going to knock down Booga. Will be able to get that self-destruct off to get into the fight as Central Plan goes for a swim. I thought almost fell onto one of the boats. Not going to have that come through. Captain Prash does have the rally, going to pop it here. So, going to get that ultimate rolling, get that armor coming up. Unfortunately, Horrocks was very, very close to the sound barrier, 99% in fact, and ended up dying there. So there will be an objective capture here for Dreamlight Goats.
Yes, now there will be. I was getting a little worried with some of the people coming back. I'm like, is there going to be? But they're able to find those kills at the end. It did take them a decent amount of the time bank, but they're still able to get that done at the end of the day. And this is where things get interesting on a map like Rialto, where we all know about the corner of death, the staircase of death kind of area that we'll be coming up on, and it really happened a lot in these Goats era style play.
All right, rounding the next corner here on Objective B as Demon finds the first pick here. The Graviton Surge by Demon to keep them in check is not really sure why Horrocks decided to use the sound barrier there, but they do end up getting the fight win.
Ooh. And another stagger onto the side of Gap. Oh, they even let him remake. He looked like he was able to go. No. Oh, the force the Diva Bomb. Oh no, not like this.
I thought Gap was going to be able to get away there, but Demon and Horrocks claiming the 2 kills there, the 3 kills rather. And now Gas Tier 3 will retain their hold.
Dreamlight will have that Graviton Surge, but once again, Takuno's just done a great job of always holding on to this Transcendence for it. Captain Prash also about to get that rally online.
Rod, though, exploding here early. There will be a good trade there as the Earth Shatter and the Grab come out. So even with the 2 kills coming in from Gas Tier 3, Dreamlight find their ultimates, get the value out, and get their push going around this last corner.
Still going to take them one more team fight win to be able to get this across the line. Rally for rally. I mean, they're going to have all 3 of their support ultimates to be able to work with. So Dreamlight could, if they stagger these out properly, they should be able to ride this to a team fight win, hopefully.
All right, coming in here, Centrala Plan gets that bubble out already at just about max charge. Earth Shatter comes down, knocks down Chef. not much else going to come out of that. Some pins come through from either side as 5 players get a piece of Chef there. Will be an excellent pick there early. The break out. The Graviton Surge now. No support ultimates to speak of to counter that, unfortunately, for Dreamlight as...
You get tried to pin Booga into the water, and he's just like, boosters, and he's just like, sure. Oh, that was funny. Booga has the Diva Bomb.
Did I touch? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, Gap does get that touch, but loses the mech in the process. Chef tries to keep it rolling, ends up losing their life. Gap as well. Self-destruct from Booga does not find the pick there as Gas Tier 3 will be able to halt Dreamlight Goats at just over 90 meters here on Objective 2 of Rialto. Not the worst position to be in, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they got stopped essentially at the corner of death, so win condition on the board for Gas Tier 3 to be able to punch their ticket to the grand finals and a chance to go get revenge on Kirby Fan. But Dreamlight got it far enough for me, in my opinion, to where this is definitely still a winnable position. Rialto can also be a hard map to even get the first point on, so you still got that in play. But Gas Tier 3 has just been on fire today. They've been cooking with gas, so it's still going to be tough to extinguish this fire if you're Dreamlight.
And I'm going to be honest with you, the players of Gas Tier 3 are absolutely fragging right now. Demon got exposed twice on that attack. Oh, goodness. Not blocking the self-destruct with the bubble, and then that pin, they actually did land on the boat, but they just walked off. a lot of shenanigans occurring here on Rialto. Now, it's up to Dreamland, or Dreamlight rather, to hold spawn just as effectively as Gas did. So we will see if Dreamlight will be able to match the hold that we saw out of Gas. We'll see. Booga and Fagnevix on the off angle. Booga losing health very, very quickly, but unfortunately Rod out of mech, out of life rather, and even without the mech of Booga, it will be a very confident fight win here for Dreamland as Tekano is actually committing to the Ana.
Yeah, I knew that was just going to be an early thing to try and force away the aggression, and they go immediately back to the Zen. So big, smart move from the side of Gas Tier 3, and then they go back and get the value of that Discord Orb for the future fights. And really, I mean, Rod only got 26% ult charge, and Takuno's already pretty much matched it, so really no harm, no foul.
Alright, coming back in here, Demon at such high charge already. Now under duress, able to back off, now rally in. Yukej down and out for the count. That is, that's gonna probably do it here for this first objective. Gas Tier 3 getting very, very close to capping.
Yeah, I think at this point they're not even going to be able to touch. I think it's just smart to reset. Again, the 5-minute mark just seems so prevalent when it comes to Gas Tier 3 because they're dominating so much. 5 minutes to get this point delivered to the mark that Dreamland was able to make. So you're going to have one hell of a hold here if you're the side of Dreamlight to keep your hopes alive.
Grab in here from Demon, not going to find a target, especially without Fake Nevix. And Yukej drops the shield and comes out, and this time Demon, smart enough to not walk off the boat, does not go for a swim, and you can see that Yukino is a little bit upset with the outcome of that boop.
Yeah, I even think Demon was like, wait, I'm still alive? All right. Like, I think they were expecting to get booped in on that one. And again, still so much to work with. The only thing they don't have is a Graviton Surge. The only thing Dreamlight doesn't have is a Rally. So lots of ults to be had in this next fight.
just me or is Chef's ultimate charge not moving up right now? Okay, there it goes finally. But Yukino is dead. No sound barrier in here. Earth Shatter down. Booga still has this self-destruct ready to go. We're going to see the Graviton Surge out from Centralapan. The D-Mag comes through, and Gap actually investing that self-destruct to get back into the mech here. Booga not so lucky. So it will be a nice little hold here for Dreamlight Goats to get this hold.
But Gas Tier 3 has gotten this within one single fight to bring it home. The closest ult they have is going to be that Graviton Surge from Demon. Yukino got that sound barrier to counter it, and Chef is getting that much more closer to that rally.
Okay, aggro here for the side of Dreamlight Goats, and unfortunately the shenaniganry does not pay off, and unfortunately for Dreamlight, I think that's going to do it. There will be a sound barrier in from Yukino just to try and touch, but nothing going here. Gas Tier 3 absolutely dominate here in the last two maps of the series, and even in that first map they looked so good. Oh man, Ray, I mean, it felt like, you know, Gas Tier 3, when they had to defend early, they were, you know, a little bit more shaky, but it's okay when, you know, shaky is the worst that your defense gets when your attack is a kind of a breakneck pace, is one way to say it.
Yeah. Again, all things considered, Gas Tier 3 absolutely dominated this series from start to finish. They had their sights set on getting revenge on Kirby Fan in the grand finals, and they were able to do that in quick fashion. And I don't know, I'd be a little worried if I was Kirby Fan.
This is definitely looking like a very different team from what they saw in the upper bracket yesterday. Yeah, going to be very interesting as we head into the grand finals of the EU GOATS open tier tournament. Right, I mean, we had one very close match, one not so much. But I guess that is the duality of Overwatch, is we get to see Demon go for a swim once again. But yeah, Dreamlight Goats, their tournament will come to an end here. Top 3 finish, not the worst in the world. Should be proud of what they had. Yuki, go get some sleep. Go drink some water. Feel better, man.
Congratulations to Gas Tier 3. They punch their ticket to the grand finals and have the opportunity at winning it. And no matter what, each of these teams who made the grand finals will get part of that prize pool. First place 700, second place 300. So that is awesome. And Gas Tier 3, I don't know, man. I'm feeling pretty good about their chances to win the whole thing, but for me and Fletch, that's going to be it for us today. That's not it for the broadcast. But before we hand it off to the amazing Edgar and Spectreon, we want to talk about a couple of things. First off, I'll let Fletch take over for the Kunoichi event.
Okay, yeah. You know, we talked about it a little bit earlier, very earlier, because this game was pretty quick. But yeah, Kunoichi Rising, going to have their championship to crown a proper champion of the Rising community for the very first time. You know, these players have worked so hard throughout the season for in the Calling All Heroes Rising community. So you know, they don't have one of their own. Of course, Calling All Heroes going on right now for their own championship. They are nearing the end of that tournament. The championship will be crowned in Calling All Heroes Challengers today, but we will be crowning a Kunoichi Rising champion here very soon. Of course, this is an invitational, so it's not a traditional Kunoichi tournament where you can just go sign up. This is going to be, you know, the top teams who had the most circuit points throughout the season for Kunoichi Rising. So it will be the best of the best from throughout this season. Look forward to it. Going to be a lot of fun. Happy to support the marginalized gender community here in CGL, and going to be a lot of fun.
Can't wait for that. Make sure you guys all tune in to that presentation. It is going to be awesome. And now for our next little announcement, I guess. Coming early February, we have our multi-tier tournament, season 15 of CGL. Signups are live now. Make sure you sign up your teams. We have NA, EU, and our new South American regions. Prize pools between the regions of $4,500, and it's going to be a great time. Can't wait for that. As we mentioned, signups live. Make sure to get your teams together and sign up now.
Yep. Signups we'll be closing a little bit before that February 3rd mark. Yeah. Make sure you get your team in if you are not already. But now we are coming to a close here. Very, very soon we will have the grand final of the EU Open Tier here for this GOAT tournament. Gas Tier 3 is not a job versus Kirby fan coming up very, very soon. Brought to you by Egdar, the Ruiner, and Spectreon. Look forward to it. Going to be a lot of fun. A champion will be crowned here in the next couple of hours. Keep an eye on that. We'll be back soon with that match.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Memories. Memories.
Yeah.
Memories. Memories.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the wait, and this is the moment that we have all been waiting for. Spectron and I are going to be holding your hand for this grand finals, Gas Tier 3 versus Kirby Fan. It's GOATs, $1,000 on the line, full hype between these teams, and oh my god, he has that fit on. That's crazy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Egder. As you mentioned, EU Open Grand Finals of our GOATS tournament. Both teams competing for this $1,000 prize pool. First place obviously getting $700 lovely dollar really to second place consigned to $300. So both teams already in the money, as we say in poker. But you'd love to get that extra little ladder up. Of course, Kirby Fan and Gas Day 3, this is not a job. Both teams who made it all the way through this tournament. In fact, we can take a look at the bracket now to see what journey these teams have had. And here we go. We can see that Gas Day 3 lost a 2-0 v Kirby Fan in that winners round 2 and had a bit of a scare as well into Tree 9 yesterday. But today, they've been able to lock in, focus up, and it's been 2 clean 3-0s versus Welcome to Atlanta Booga and Dreamlight Goats, the other quote-unquote strong opposition in this tournament.
Yeah, competition has been utterly fierce in this tournament, and this is going to be a bit of a grudge match for Gas Tier 3. We caught them on stream yesterday, going up against Kirby Fan. We were thinking that Gas Tier 3 were the favourites coming into this tournament, possibly the best GOATS team in the region, but sent down to the lower bracket in pretty brutal fashion by Kirby Fan. Going to be looking to avenge that today as we take a look at the roster, starting with Gas Tier 3. You know them, you love them, or you have potentially mixed feelings upon them. But again, the core of this team is so... The core of this team is so strong, right? And I think what we were seeing in that last matchup today is that the backline have really stepped up. In their initial match that they played yesterday, there was a bit of an issue. It seemed like, say, Verit was outperforming Hearts on the Lucio, which is no mean feat by itself. Podnova would be getting more value than Takuno on the Zen, but they've really stepped it up today. They have been instrumental. Remember, Goats is an absolute unit, and everyone has to be firing on all cylinders all the time. Of course, Nevic's going to be very happy to be playing more Reinhardt, and this is the one tournament which forces Horrocks out of his, real job and retirement to put the, to lace up the straps once more, put the visor and the headphones on, and say it's time to go.
Yeah, of course, Nevix, Booga, Horrocks are all story Goats players. This is what they love. This is what they're going to do all the time. And the other three are, whilst, mechanically incredibly talented, just kind of along for the ride. So Takuno's going to hit some shots. Crash is going to hit some good bashes. But in terms of who's really calling the shots, it's going to be those three who are in front. Take a gander as well at Kirby Fan, the team who's beat them in that previous, made it all the way through that winners final. And it's a story team in of itself. Erikek, Majin, Axmel, Verret, Podonova, and Jacob. Jacob, the North American import, I believe the only one in this tournament, or still in this tournament. I think Dreamlight had a couple as well. Erikek has been EU main tanky around for as long as I can remember, at least. I think it's Verret who's kind of this next up-and-coming Lucio. And I think as well, the other three can absolutely hit their shots on top. But that map is confirmed for where these teams are going to do battle first. And by the sounds of things, it's a pretty standard choice for these Brawl compositions, right, in this Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, and this was the final map in the banger that we had for our first match of today. Kirby Fan in the winners finals against Dreamlight Goats. This was the map where Kirby Fan were able to reverse sweep and get the win on that map. So really incredible work done by them. And all that I'm thinking is we saw how close that matchup was between Kirby Fan and Dreamlight Goats. It could have gone either way. And then we saw Gas Tier 3 dispatch Dreamlight Goats in such dominant fashion. We have the two best teams in the tournament without a shadow of a doubt, right? If Kirby Fan are taking Dreamlight so close and Gas can just put them away like it's absolutely nothing, then that puts Gas in pretty good standing. If you're a gambling man, then I'm not sure exactly who you'd be putting your money on here. Either of these teams would be a particularly safe bet. It really is, at this stage, far too close to call.
Yeah, I mean, you speak to any of the Gas Tier 3 guys and they're like, we're winning. Yesterday, we were tilted, we were not playing our game, we weren't coming. That's what they kind of say. Obviously, today, they're saying they're playing stronger, and in terms of results, we have seen that, but it's very different once we actually take a look at what the results are going to be, right? Once you actually put the talk to the test and see who really can back up what they say. Kirby Fan, I think, have less of a horse in this race, almost. I think most of these Kirby Fan players aren't as much Goats farmers as most of Gas Tier 3. But they would still absolutely love to eke out that win and, as mentioned previously, get up on that prize pool. So plenty to play for both of these two teams. Obviously, Antarctic Peninsula, it's pretty close ranged, so it's going to be more focused on what your Ryans can do, how much they can control taking that damage. On some other maps with have maybe high grounds or even more open fields, longer sight lines, there's more opportunity for Zarya, a Diva, a Zenyatta to have that level of impact. But no, it's going to be a lot on how much good damage versus bad damage Erikek can take versus Nevix and vice versa. Those are two players I'm going to highlight as we head into map number 1.
Yeah, and remember that in Goats you're always going to be taking a lot of very pressured... a lot of very pressured frontline damage, right? That there are concepts of sometimes that damage you take is good. It's able to, charge up your support ultimates. You can sort of trade HP for space and resources sometimes. Sometimes it's bad damage. It's damage where you're being forced on the back foot. You're being forced to, use your bubbles and your armor packs early. Get all of the matrix out to protect your Reinhardt. On such an enclosed map like this, first fight is going to be absolutely everything with this high ground. You take initial cap of the point, and you're able to just stick your Zen on the high ground, relatively safe from the waiting arms of the enemy team, and let them free fire away as we begin our grand finals right here, right now. Kirby Fan Gas Tier 3 going to be squaring up on this high ground initially. Eye on these Lucios, of course. Yesterday, Verret did a phenomenal job of always forcing Nevix into a very uncomfortable, bad position. Discord orbs are very good coming out from Podnova. dealing some nice damage to force Gas Tier 3 onto the low ground, which sets up Kirby Fan pretty neatly for a good engage. If they don't keep their backline protected enough, they can just drop, and that's exactly what they're going to do, with Crash falling incredibly low, but the sustain from Gas Tier 3 is perfect. Does mean initial point flip is going to go the way of Kirby Fan, however. Once Ghost gets control of the point, it can be very difficult to dislodge them from that. Booga flies through, gets stunned up, but again, is able to live. Gas Tier 3, they're pushing themselves to the limits right now. Counterpin on the point, and an early sound barrier is out for Horrocks, which is the go signal for Gas Tier 3 to walk forward. Kirby Fan, couple members falling low, and Jacob the one taken out. Both support ults used for Kirby Fan. They need to get kills out of this, or else their ult economy is going to be in shambles, and that looks to be the case right now, as Gas Tier 3 end up winning out the extended fight with the pick going through onto both Verit and Podanova.
Listen, that 35-40% you're going to get is really nice to have, right? But your supporters being out of whack is such a huge issue. What can you do against this Graviton Surge of Demon? Imagine has to eat this, else Gas Tier 3 is not going to be able to get this snowball well and truly cooking. I think a stronger start, honestly, for the team in red, even though in terms of the point percentage, it don't look it. Erikek could be a hero if a Shatter connects, but Nevix could always get that block.
Yeah, Shatter is the X Factor ultimate. It's not something that you really predict for. It's often just going to be a matter of individual skill. Early rallies out from Jacob onto the point to try and force control, force Gas Tier 3 back onto the low ground. Grab traded for both of these sides. But Gas Tier 3 going to be having their Transcendence in the fight. Not enough to save Demon, but Verit's going to go down. One team lacks speed, one team lacks damage. What's going to work? Shatter's out, nicely blocked up. Erikek in a bit of a rough position right now, and Booga capitalizes on all of the chaos to take Jacob out of the fight. Another great block. Both these Reinhardts have downloaded each other before the match, and Takuno right now is being a bit of a fly in the ointment for Kirby Fan, and so well protected from the rest of the team. Erikek is eventually going to take him down, but all that damage is adding up, and in all of this, Gas Tier 3 still have control of the objective.
Yeah, points still in control for them. Demon goes down. It's still hemorrhaging players for Gas Tier 3 is not a job, but as you mentioned, they're still in control. They're still happy to take this. No, Nevix is just a goat, just pins Jacob out the map, and in all this, in all the action, Kirby Fans still can't get a solid foothold.
Feast or famine, and there Nevix is having the feast of a king. Goes in there, pins out Jacob, does lose their life for it, but caused so much damage that it forced the rest of Kirby Fan onto the back foot. Podanova had to use the Transcendence to stay in this fight with the point encroaching on 90%. And Gas Tier 3, they're just cleaning this up. Janitorial work right now. Another day at the office from late kill onto Podanova. It has to be a forced beat from Verit just to even touch the point, as it is going to be Imagine who's able to get back and touch on the point. But now Gas Tier 3, they have a rally of their own, so they're going to be staying nice and stable on the point here. Damon charging ever closer to that grab, but Actimel is going to get in a few short moments. Erikek being pressured out, falling incredibly low. Podanova had swapped to Ana to try and make some kind of play, but was very vulnerable for Booga to assassinate. But no answer, no defensive ult from Gas Tier 3 to deal with Actimel's grab means that they are going to get the point. But they're going to commit anyway. They're going to use their grab and their Transcendence in what seems like a potentially losing fight, and they get off the point.
I think we saw maybe 2 fights in all of that. Neither team wanting to give up the ghost there, wanting to take a clean fight win. Constant trickles, constant just, failures to clean up these chaotic fights. And, something we saw in this matchup, Gas Tier 3 versus Dreamlight Goats, right, was that Dreamlight really couldn't clean up Gas Tier 3. And, cast your minds back to Lee Zhang Tao and Horrocks is just wall riding around, and Takuno swings and kills like 2. That's what they love to see. They're fantastic players mechanically. In these really chaotic fights, that's where they're going to find the most possible success. Kirby Fan, if they want to, get a leg up over their opposition, going to need to do it in a manner, where they are in these 6v6s, where they are, starting out from fully even standing and just using their IGL and using their decision making to get a lead.
Interesting that these teams have made sort of opposite rotations. Kirby Fan opting to put themselves on the back of the point, Hawks is going to be, looking at these players near the edge, absolutely salivating right now, but seems like they're getting a little closer to the point for that to be a particularly viable play, as right now the front lines are traded. Both lines are discorded. Gas Tier 3 taking a lot of damage, but, they're able to deal it even better, take Erikek out of the fight. The real anchor point of your composition. It's spearheaded by the Reinhardt. You lose them, you ain't got a whole lot of value left.
One of the most impressive things about Gas Tier 3 is honestly this old head of Horrocks, right? Look how much he's lapping Barrett in the ult charge, basically at any given point. Just finding so much value on this Lucio. He might be retired, he might be, going grey in Overwatch terms, but, when faced with a new blood, shows them how it's done.
Maybe he's just this good at GOATs because he still actually thinks it's 2019. Old age does that to a man, unfortunately. But yeah, is going to have the sound barrier advantage. If Gas Tier 3 recognize this, they do have the potential to make an aggressive engage. Rally is out from Jacob and Crash, so both these teams going to have a lot of armor to stay sort of healthy on the point right now. Another Discord means that Transcendent's going to be forced from Podnova. Demons coming up to their own grab. Nice shatter from Erikek, but now it's the support ult from Gas Tier 3, which is going to be keeping all those members alive. Grabbed up, met with a sound barrier. Shatter from Nevix, not able to find anything right now. Barrett in the skybox falling a bit low, but it's going to be fine for the time being. And a straight Diva Bomb, able to catch Podnova of all people. A couple of Gas Tier 3 members low, but the members of Kirby fan just a little bit lower today.
Yeah, Barrett should be cleaned up. We'll get a nice little exit frag there, but that's the only thing that is going to happen. Silver lining here for Kirby fan is going to be that they remove Demon, right? No energy advantage for GT3 in his upcoming battle, so it's just down to the ultimates. And you take a gander at the top of your screens, folks. No one's got any. Jacob's going to be closest at the rally. Kirby fan, though, likely just to try and force in, charge up as quickly as possible, and run over their opposition.
Yeah, and Takuno is going to be playing out in Narnia, but it actually backfires. Majin recognizes that maybe a little too far out from the rest of the team, and you're able to apply the pressure. Majin sort of the MVP of that fight, taking out two initially. Crash still pushes in with the rally before Jacob was able to utilize their own. With Demon going down, this fight should be going the way of Kirby fan eventually, but you have to wonder how much is going to be taken out of them, whether they even get a point for the pop of that. We're in the overtime situation now. You can't have a repeat of last time. Erikek forced to invest the shatter. Horrocks styling on Verit, says, get out of my lobby, young man. Who do you think you are? Is able to catch Podnova at the same time as well. Reinforced with the rally, which Jacob is trying to use to maintain presence on this point, but it's going to be but a fleeting thing, and Majin's not able to get back in time right there. I was talking about the Gas Tier 3 backline. They are looking as far from boomed as possible today.
Listen, you might not be able to teach an old dog new tricks, but the ones he does know, he's got down to pat. Horrocks put on a bit of a clinic towards the end there on that Lucio. Even if he's beating half the time into Takuno's own transes, then the sheer amount that he's getting, and in terms of the raw mechanics, the boops on the Rhine just I think are doing a little bit more than Verit. We got to see there. GT3 able to take map number 1 in convincing fashion. Kirby fan able to find flips where necessary, but it feels like a little bit intimidated almost. They're not just running at their opposition the same way they were to some of their other opponents throughout this bracket, right?
Yeah, confidence is a big thing with GOATs. It is a very abstract concept, but it probably applies to this the most, where you don't really have time to communicate with the rest of the team. You all have to be on the same page. Going in as a 6-man unit isn't the wrong thing to do oftentimes. It's just, if you timed it wrong, that's a skill issue, and you have to go back to the drawing board and learn. In the grand finals, they do not have that luxury. They don't have time to go to the drawing board. They're just going to have to figure things out on the fly as to what adaptations they might need to be making. Interested as to the next map this will go to, because I actually do not have the map pool in front of me. Yeah.
Why are we even thinking about this? We've seen Kings Row maybe like 5 out of 6 times or whatever on this broadcast.
We saw Numbani yesterday, which was like a weird
time.
fever dream. Yeah, but Numbani, it was fun. Like, we saw.
Okay, are these teams going Numbani? Like,
oh no, obviously not. They're playing, again, something the American mind can't comprehend. Like I was saying, they're gonna play like proper.
Oh, whoa! It's Kings Row.
That's crazy. It's gonna
surprised I am.
It's gonna be proper Brexit Overwatch right here, right? We're not having any of this. We're not having any of this woke nonsense. No woke goats comps like, Sombra goats or like DPS.
We don't even have Sombra goats unlocked. Listen, I will say though, I would love to get
the-
like, we need Sombra goats, we need cast goats, you know, to make it a little bit easier. Because obviously in terms of the skill ceiling, I feel like regular goats is the highest. But I feel like for teams who maybe don't spend all their time reminiscing about 2019, you know, the ability to just win fights off an EMP would be very, very nice.
Yeah, and
But that's
some
maybe
players
the code in the future, or when we get Overwatch Classic on goats.
And some players simply don't want to read a 71-page thesis on how to play 6 characters in an online.
Iostux was cooking. You know? Iostux was cooking.
Yeah, Iostux was absolutely cooking.
Realistically, actually, it could have been like 30 pages because he's a waffler. But that was still kind of heat. See if Kirby fan gonna be brushing up on their Iostux thesis, or if GT3 is just going to continue to do their thing. Pretty sure none of those players can read. I think they're just playing off of pure instinct, but we've seen what instinct can do. They're just hitting their shots, man, and it's working out fantastically for them.
I really like
side of Kirby fan has been the standout when given an opportunity. That double opening he found was lovely. Unfortunately, GT3.
I really like the idea that now, after losing that map, Kirby fan, they're all just desperately printing off the document, and they're just like going through it. There's like a pen in their ear. They're like highlighting key sections. They've got like
like a uni student cramming for an exam.
Yeah, basically, because I mean they've got a few minutes to suddenly figure out how to deal with this. And you're making a very good point. If you want to get into the nitty-gritty of it, Gas Tier 3, is their macro perfect? No. Is their positioning perfect? No. Are their ults perfect? No. But they're just phenomenal players, right? Really. On all of these characters, they are so comfortable, you know. Nevix being able to play Reinhardt, it's like putting a duck in a pond. It's as simple as that. Horrocks on Lucio, he's been playing Lucio like since before he was born. He came out of the womb playing Lucio. It's crazy work. Takuno laser beaming people down on the Zen as well. It's sort of just the perfect place, the perfect time, not just the perfect style of Overwatch that these players like, but also the perfect characters for them all to play. It's like they're ready for it. Now, again, Kirby fan, yesterday, they were able to overcome that. You know, we were talking up Verret massively yesterday, who was actually outperforming Horrocks a lot of the time. See if that is something that can be reclaimed right now, because if things continue to go the way that first map did, then Gas Tier 3, they're just going to be set to poise to take this tournament in very dominant fashion.
Still 2 maps left to go. And then maybe there's a chance for a script to get flipped. Obviously, we remember what GT3 were able to do the last time they played KR. Right, a bit of a fumble on their defense, and then a lightning fast attack. See if they can duplicate that, or even do one better. But we'll have to wait and see, right? It's always a totally fresh matchup when we go into a thing like this. And also, before it gets overlooked, we gotta say, I've been loving the chat the entire time, right? I love every time we have a GOATS tournament, everyone knows each other and everyone just flames as hard as they can. Like look at this. It's beautiful. Everything we're seeing in chat.
I mean, Sigma's not playable, so I'm not sure what they're talking about, you know? And now they're threatening the CGL social media stuff.
Threatening? Just like, give me, you know, make a post or two. They're offering to do some work for them. Freelancing. Emphasis on the free. Do you get me? Okay, evidently you didn't like that.
I mean, at this rate, this is looking like a pretty free matchup for Gas Tier 3. As Kirby fan are able to take their turn on the attack right now. Takuno in a bit of an awkward position, not quite so far back to be able to deal damage without putting themselves in some danger, but Jacob seems to overstep their boundaries. Crash going to capitalize on that, and like sharks smelling blood in the water, Gas Tier 3 going to push Kirby fan back to their spawn room.
That they will. Lovely first fight there. They don't give over anybody. They burn some time off the bank. So the only real thing that's going to accomplish for the side of Kirby fan is, you know, charging up to some ults. They got a bit of a lead on that Transcendence. That's the only thing they can really write home about, right? So perfect fight from GT3. Hopefully they can duplicate it here.
Yeah, both the bubbles now out. Reinhardt's going to have to stay a little bit. When you don't have a massive health or positioning advantage, it is the use of those bubbles which is going to be huge. And imagine taking a very wide angle there, but discorded and beamed down by Demon. Nevix has to be very careful. Did try and pin in, get a little overeager. Losing your Rhino at this stage would be pretty disastrous Crash gonna opt to invest the rally. Seems like something out of safety just to secure these final kills onto the members of Kirby Fan, but that could come back to bite them with Jacob getting their own.
I'd imagine not. It's economical enough. Remember, that rally armor lingers, so I mean, GT3, they will know this. They will know that they should take a very aggressive fight here because the rally will find more value in the long fight if Kirby Fan able to extend it. If they go faster, then just the added bonus will obviously find more. Okay, be invested. So two's going to be Graviton Surge. Both teams battling back and forth as GT3 going to hold on top of things for the most part. Prash goes for an aggressive bash, but will be able to back out. The shield is going to be there from Nevix. The Shatter 2, Graviton Surge, all the bells and whistles, all the colors on your screen, and Boog is going to find a 3-piece to convert. GT3 are tested heavily so, but when all is said and done, they're going to be able to maintain control at least for now. Just a stagger on to Imagine, and that's going to be eliminated too.
Yeah, it is going to be taken down at the very end there. There's so much stuff happening on the screen, not even my internet provider can handle it. It's absolutely crazy work. But Kirby Fan burn all of their ults. Yes, Gas Tier 3 did something similar, but they are going to have rally advantage. There's really nothing stopping them in this fight from just speed boosting in with the rally, using all of that armor advantage to burn down the members of Kirby Fan. Erikek, yeah, being a victim of it right there, and Hawks ended up finishing it off. Kirby Fan, they're really scrambling to find answers. Remember, Goats is such a snowbally composition. When you lose one fight, you're likely to lose the next 2 or 3 unless you can pull some kind of miracle out of your hat.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Kirby Fan have to do. Normally you'll see full holes not really happening. Goats, all you have to do is get ult advantage at some point and leverage that, but you know, GT3 have done a decent job of making sure that's not the case. Here they are a little bit behind in a lot of those crucial check marks, but they still have enough tools to keep it battling.
Yeah, Erikek just decides, give me the bubble, I'm going in, big lad. And it works to at least put Gas Tier 3 on the back foot, force a sound barrier. It means Verrett's able to use their own second, so that HP is going to stick around for a little bit longer, then gain a tick on the points for this, which is going to be better than nothing for them. And now it's going to be both of these Zarya players coming up to their grabs, and the shatter from Nevix is absolutely huge. Jacob going to be taken out of the game. Grab's going to be invested anyway. What choice do you have if you're Kirby Fan? You have to use it, but Kuno had the Transcendence, had it downloaded. There's nothing to deal with the grab coming out from Daemon either. 45% on the point is going to be all she wrote as Takuno beams down 3 members in that final fight just to cap things off.
Yeah, I mean, only, what, plus 10, 15% all that Kirby Fan gonna get. A clinical defense there from GT3. Doesn't really matter how much they're tested, doesn't matter how much they're pushed. They're just playing incredibly cleanly. I think something we were saying before is that maybe their macro wasn't perfect. They were kind of winning off their mechanical differentials. Here, that's not really the case. But in terms of how economical they're being with their check marks, it's absolutely pristine. Nary a fight where they overlay support ults. Just that everything used exactly when it had to be, and because of that, Kirby Fan barely able to get a foot through the door, just a toe, and GT3 slam it pretty shut as soon as that happens. So now 4 minutes to gain 45.8 percentage points. Not too bad at all. I mean, it's winnable, of course, for Kirby Fan. They are at least out the territory of drawing, but that's about the only silver lining we can really put here, because other than that, they've got very little going in their favor. Imagine, you know, maybe the bright spot of the previous map, not really able to find a voice here on King's Row. Just been far too linear, far too focused on these frontline trades, and Kirby Fan barely been able to make it through the choke, make it through the statue to actually start a battle.
Yeah, they really demand perfection at this point, and Gas Tier 3 are proving to be even better than perfect, and Kirby Fan struggling to adjust. Wonder how deep their pockets are. See if maybe they can transfer Headrammer a couple $1,000 to get Sombra allowed.
See if that happens. I feel like if you're trying to bribe anyone, though, you know, Headrammer's maybe not the guy. Listen, okay, moving out here from GT3, already able to make it to the statue for free, and a bait rotation onto the backline.
Ooh. Yeah, and they're just going to run it down. Now, Boog is going to lose their mech. Podnova is going to be taken out of the equation here. So the fight is relatively even, but you have some healing lost for the side of Kirby Fan. And Eric goes down means that, wait, they can't. That That's three! That's 3 for 3 from Kirby fan. Oh
Listen,
my god.
I know that they didn't have much of a chance in that fight, but they're still like 4v6. Come on, guys. You've got to stand on the objective. But in all seriousness, no, that was really well played on the attack from GT3. Obviously, it's not Kirby fan playing the hard choke control. So as soon as they rotate to the point, they swing out to the right side, try and bait a fight to the right. And then because the background split to the left, they literally just run past the tank core. And even though they know that it's going to be kind of awkward in this chaotic battles is where they thrive. So great job from Gastier3, just obliterating Podo and winning off the back of that. And now up 2-0 if memory serves, just a single map away from winning the CGL GOATS EU tournament, as well as taking home that $700 prize pool.
Yeah, absolutely not insignificant whatsoever. Kirby fan are going to be scratching and clawing in their own minds at this point to see what they can do after. I mean, there was a little bit of a kind of plausible deniability on Antarctic Peninsula, but I think it really got shown in that last map that Gas Tier 3 yesterday, they were boomed. They simply weren't locked in, and now they have locked in, and suddenly they're sort of unbeatable. You take the players who love playing GOAT and you put them on all their best roles, and then you put them all together. Plus the fact that so many of them are just such strong mechanical prospects, and at the end of the day, what do you expect? It's going to be relatively simple in that sort of exchange. Going over to Escort for our next map, Kirby fan are going to get a couple minutes to reevaluate, to rethink and ponder over how they want to approach this matchup, as Gas Tier 3 have taken them over to match point. We are going to be back after a very short break. Hello, everyone, and right now, welcome back from the break. And Gas Tier 3 proving that this whole unemployment thing has a couple of benefits. It means you get to play Overwatch all day. It means that you get to scrim goats for no particular reason and end up looking pretty damn good when doing it. Kirby Fan put on the back foot with a brutal loss on King's Road. Not even particularly close, and now Gas Tier 3 look very poised to take this win CGL GOAT, and earn themselves that $700 prize pool. But before we get into our next and potentially final map, we do want to shout out the next season of CGL Season 15. Sign-ups are open for that. It's available for console and PC, any rank, North America, EU, and South America. So many people can take part, and there are prizes for everyone involved. A $4,500 prize pool from February over to May. Sign-ups are now open. You can go to discord.gg/consoleow to join the Discord for more information. You may also go to the CGL website to find some of that same information.
Indeed. Again, remember, for this upcoming season, big change is that console PC playing together in the same bracket, so there should be even more competition. So as Ed kindly mentioned, make sure you go sign up and probably have a great time. Other thing we've got to plug is, of course, our Kunoichi tournament that we've got upcoming as well. The Kunoichi Rising Championships, a quote unquote unofficial end to the Kunoichi, or the Calling Your Heroes Rising kind of circuit, looking to finish that off with a bang. So make sure you tune in for that as well, because it should be really quite entertaining.
Yeah, of course, more information can be found at the Discord link below, so do have a look at that if you are interested. If you need to get your fix of Overwatch action a hell of a lot sooner, this is going to be only in 2 weeks' time, from January 25th to January 26th, console and PC for North America. And with that, we can now move on to the next map that we have, going to be Escort. Not entirely sure what map it is yet, however... I have a feeling, right? And hear me out. Hear me out. I think they're gonna run goats.
You're so clever. I think we should give you like a degree or something and make you study law or something. Listen, we got the map pick coming through. Let's take a look at what it is. No surprises here though. I've got to say we're going Shambali Monastery. It's the Brawl map. Teams want to play Brawl. I mean, they only have the option to play Brawl anyway, but you know, I digress. If you go to something that isn't, you know, King's Row Shambali Monastery, it could expose, you know, maybe you don't have the experience on these rotations, you don't have the coaching time, the scrims, and nobody really has those. You know, we're not in a GOATS patch anymore. We're just kind of doing this as a little bit of fun, a little bit of downtime. Any coaching you do for this tournament, I assume, is going to be like a scrim, maybe two at best, and just fixing things as you see them. So Shambali Monastery, easy to play. The issue is it's also easy for your opponent to play, and we've seen exactly what GT3 can do when they're comfortable. Kirby Fan, of course, the only team to even take maps off of them, and right now, not looking to be much of a chance of that happening. The other team, of course, is Tree9, with the old UK uni guys. Listen, I love y'all, but I did not expect you to take a map off of GT3. I'll put it that way.
Again, some things are but a dream, but a fleeting thing. I mean, with what you were saying earlier about Horrocks may not be as good as he was, but is good now as he will ever be, coming out of retirement just to play GOAT with, you know, a couple of the Gas Tier 3 lot. It's a fun old time. for all of these players, and an opportunity for Kirby Fan to get themselves back on the map. Remember, they do have the potential. They were able to put Gas Tier 3 on the shelf yesterday, but from the last 2 maps, plus the fact that their match versus Dreamlight Goats was a 5-map banger versus Gas Tier 3, sort of snuffing out Dreamlight in a little bit of a whimper, I mean, it does not currently bode well for Kirby Fan. We're going to see a close hold here from Gas Tier 3. This has gotten very popular recently on Shambali. It just allows yourself more fights, you know? It's not particularly difficult to brawl around this point. You can play yourself around the payload and bits of cover as well. And if you lose, well, you burn time off the clock and you set up perfectly for a fight at the next corner.
I mean, you've heard Goats, right? I mean, poker's essentially fake, so taking this brawl is very viable. Right now, Kirby Fan just figuring out what to do, but no engage is set up as Gas Tier 3 are kiting beautifully.
Yeah, and on the defensive side, Takuno's going to have all the space in the world to work with, right? It's going to be very difficult for Podnova to peek out without getting the head taken off. That being said, Nevix poked out. It seemed like the focus fire was particularly good, and the rest of Gas Tier 3 not able to counter anything back with their own. A D-mech onto Majin is going to be purely cosmetic as Booga loses their own mech, and Kirby Fan, they break the spawn hold essentially instantly. But again, for Gas Tier 3, you don't necessarily mind that.
Yeah, it looked like some resource misallocation there from the side of GT3. I mean, Nevix was under so much pressure and, you know, didn't really get anything for actually staying in. You look at his ult charge, only 35% of that Earth Shatter.
And you look at Erekek.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge canyon, right? So Kirby Fan, the overall winners of that opening engagement, GT3, at least will have another fight and a half, maybe.
Yeah, Kirby Fan, I do not think Gas Tier 3 are expecting this shatter at all. There's a very good opportunity for Erekek to put this down. Bash shatter executed beautifully, but no members are going to go down. The follow-up wasn't there. Hawks has used the beat to keep the rest of the team alive. Podnova responds with their own Transcendent, and Eric's going to be falling lower and lower. Takuno is so close yet so far to their own Transcendence. Grab going to be used. Jacob taken down before Verrett's able to get the beat off. Now you have the rest of that HP, but it essentially... It vanished as quickly as it appeared, and a late Transcendence from Takuno. Not able to keep Nevix in the fight, but the rest of the picks are going to come through onto the rest of the members of Kirby Fan, and they should be sitting just fine here.
Yeah, that they are able to find that stabilization, right? A bit of a battle here for GT3, but in the end of the day, Takuno is able to get that Transcendence just up in time. They're able to push through. Obviously, trading out Nevix does kind of suck, but Erekek goes down all the same, and you know, those mirrored advantages mean that we're just back to parity, at least for a while. Kirby Fan looking to engage again, and I would assume this bomb finds little.
Well, you're assuming correctly. Actimel caught out. Going to be surprised if they possibly didn't have any bubbles there. Imagine going to be dropping the bomb. That's going to be putting Booga in a very awkward position. Kirby Fan have an opportunity to stabilize here and go in with their man advantage. Gas Tier 3 with the rally. Kirby Fan, no, you don't want to fight into this. And Erekek goes down with the shatter. You had a window of opportunity, but not able to kite the rally effectively, and you're going to get punished for it.
Yeah, a little bit awkward going down to that self-destruct from both players, realistically, but hey, Takuno's boot aimed behind Jacob's face, and GT3, again, continuing to find more time off the bank. Remember, this started out with them losing the initial fight, but now just a minute left to go. GT3's ult cycle's coming back online once again. Kirby Fan, I'd be getting a little bit worried if I were them.
And you have to drip all this armor from Gas Tier 3. If you try and take a fair fight now, you're going to get run over. 465 HP Takuno is the stuff of absolute nightmares, right? Rally going to come out from the side of Kirby Fan, and Gas Tier 3 decides that they're going to kite this one back. They're actually going to be retreating very, very far back, all the way to their own spawn room, essentially. So they really don't want to take this. They can come back at the corner. Both teams have both support ultimates. Grab going to be out from Demon, matched up by the Transcendent. Sound barrier from Horrocks as well. It's going to be chaos right now. There's a sound barrier out from Verret as well to keep Kirby Fan alive. Takuno showing great discipline, holding on to this Transcendence for a while longer, waiting until the team really, really needs it. The members of Kirby Fan, they are falling incredibly low, and Crash has the rally, was able to charge it up. Shatter is going to be good from Nevix as well to put the members of Kirby Fan flat on their asses right here, and they're going to be taking them all down. Stray bomb from Majin, not able to find anything, and that is another yet dominant defensive performance from Gas Tier 3. They are looking very likely, very poised to take this whole map and whole series. Nevix, you're not playing Sigma again.
I don't think he thinks that. I think he's got the other meaning in mind. But
no
listen, that was fantastic work. Of course, of course. No, that's fantastic work from GE3, right? They start off, with a bit of a slip up. I think after that 5-minute break, they got a little bit too cold. And in this second fight, it's a little bit of a nail biter, but they're able to stabilize in every fight successively that we feel like got taken. On this Shambali defense was just better and better as a GT3. I mean, that final fight was absolutely beautiful, right? Just Takuna able to greed that Transcendence for so long. Knowing that the threat of the Axmal Graviton Surge was there, meant that by the time, he was finally forced to pop that ultimate, Axmal wasn't in a position to actually find value off that grab. So, great work from GT3. And now, only, 80, 90 meters stands between them and reaching that grand final, in fact, reaching the championship status.
Yeah, and this is a hell of a blank check which has been set for the members of Kirby Fan. Erikek is already looking to the future. I mean, if you get $300, that's definitely enough to buy you at least one McDonald's meal. Probably a couple.
I would say it depends on how much you buy from McDonald's realistically, but yeah, I would say it sounds pretty realistic.
I don't think you could possibly eat like $300 worth of McDonald's in one sitting though.
I don't think you're locked in enough.
Possibly I'm just not built, as some 7-foot gaming warlord like Nevix is, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Gas Tier 3, they're actually going to get themselves into this small room. I'm very interested to see what they do with this. If they're just going to press back out here, if they're going to rotate to try and pull the cart away. And yeah, that looks like they're what they are going to do. No, they're actually psyching them out instead. And so they're going to end up taking the fight on the front line anyway. Took them a little while, and Erikek sort of overwhelmed by that. See, like the fake rotation did put him in a little bit of an awkward position, and Gas Tier 3 more than happy to take advantage.
Yeah, that they will, and they're going to wipe out their opposition pretty quick. Losing to Kuno is a little bit awkward, but they have close spawns, remember, it won't be too long whatsoever. And on GOATS as well, considering how teams really love to play around the cart for the extra 15 or so HPS that it gives them, then I think that it just makes so much more sense to just stack around it. So that pick doesn't matter whatsoever. You've got a lead on the rally, you're going to pop it instantly. It's about the it for Kirby Fan.
Yeah, spectacular boot means that Erikek goes into the loving arms of the rest of the members of Gas Tier 3. Sound barrier out and Podnova taken down means that Takuno is going to have an advantage for Transcendence in this upcoming fight. Means you're also going to have a lot more damage as well. Rally is out from Kirby Fan, so they have to make this winnable because honestly, what choice they have? But we know how GOATs work. It's like a unit. One piece falls, they all do. Erikek gets a great shatter, and Prash tries to protect the rest of the team, but it's not going to be worth a lot. Grab bomb combo comes out. Actimel is caught, and that's going to spell pretty much disaster for the rest of Kirby Fan. Look how close the point is. Look how incapable they are of touching the point. And look at the shatter at the last possible minute. Yes, Podnova's able to live, keep the rest of the team alive, but that is a key resource that's been burned out of you.
Actimel does have one of the few ultimates online. If it comes to a full fight, 6v6, Kirby Fan should be able to find the stop.
And Neric's actually going to be taken down before the fight even begins, so this could be the stay of execution needed, but Erikek is dead. Now you're going to be forced to use some of those ultimates. Jacob goes down, you have to put the grab in. Are you able to actually get the damage onto the members of Gas Tier 3? Yes, you are. Booga, Demon going to be taken down, even with Verit falling from a stray whip by the way of Captain Crash. You're able to barely hold on for the members of Kirby Fan, but God, this is becoming nail-biting.
Yeah, if you're a Kirby fan, you're going to be wiping the sweat off your brow, right? Gas Tier 3 can absolutely lose this. A minute and a half is very much in fumbleable territory. And you don't have a huge ult lead either. You're matching the beat, you're ahead on the rally, so not too bad, but the bomb, the shatter, those are the real things that's going to scare you.
Yeah, this is a very scary fight. Gas Tier 3 right now, you have very little to lose, and for Kirby Fan, everything could be crumbling in front of them. Prash with the rally. Majin's going to use the bomb. It does split Gas Tier 3 in all of the chaos, and Booga forced into the corner, going to be taken down. Kirby Fan also invest their sound barrier into the mix as well, so they are going to get the fight win. Gas Tier 3 only invested a rally of their own, however.
I would say that's an advantageous fight for GT3, but 45 seconds now, decreasing.
And Booga getting
If they get a touch, it should... Oh, Booga, yeah, that's a terrible stag. I didn't notice that at all, but that could be it. Curtains for GT3 here. A touch should be a possibility. They should be able to walk out, especially as Kirby Fan don't have a grab or a shatter to stop the walk entirely, but the spam could be so brutal. They're just playing to deny GT3 as much as possible. Oh, what 5-4!
The 5-4! Just taking out Potanova and the Transcendence from this. Gas Tier 3 are going to walk forward. Jacob has to rally. It's not going to be the defensive ult you want. In the meantime, Horrocks puts the sound barrier into the mix, and Demo grabs them up as well. And at the end of the day, Takuno's the one who saves it. A victory Transcendence on the point for the members of Gas Tier 3 as Potanova returns, but it is but a fleeting thing. Gas Tier 3 going to 3-0. Dominant performance. Kirby fan, you really put us on the edge of their seats there, but Gas Tier 3 going to be your EU GOATS champions.
Daniel bloody Clark, how's he hit that? I mean, that's
Audit
big hit.
Kettering General Hospital.
For
21st
real.
March 2003. Put some respect on the name. Daniel something Clark. I would say something a bit ruder, but I don't think that was.
Yeah, we're going to be safe on broadcast. No, that was the pick, right? The only pick you could possibly find. The ults would have been about, even if a Kirby fan are able to fight as 6. If they have the Transcendence, obviously they were down the beat, but, it would have been, they've been trading back and forth with superior spam for Kirby fan because they have that positional advantage. But no, the great shot comes through to flatten the opposing Zenyatta, give significant ult advantage, means that you can't stop just an aggressive push with defensive ults, which is exactly what GG3 go for. The Graviton Surge for Demon, of course, unanswered. And because of that, GG3 complete the 3-0 to claim their championship. We were talking, a couple of minutes before this about who the MVP was, Bursting in between Horrocks and Takuno. I think he's put on a pretty... I think that play just wins it in of itself. What a pick.
It's a spectacular audition reel, and yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we were contemplating, as we say, we were contemplating Takuno before this anyway, especially when compared to yesterday, has massively stepped it up. Remember, Potanova is no slouch on the Zen, is absolutely phenomenal at that character. Takuno matching it, finding, 3-4 pieces in fight, charging Transcendences very quickly, getting them at the perfect times, and then sometimes just winning the entire series with a single use of the right click, which I think if there is any statement which you need to use to make yourself the player of the match, that's kind of gonna be it.
Yeah, I think it kind of defeats words, but I think it's worth mentioning as well that Eric Eck and the rest of Kirby fan also played fantastically. Unfortunately today, just not the best team in the tournament. It's as simple as that, right? They're playing against GOATS Merchants. They're playing against Old Heads. Unfortunately, you can't win them all. And so Kirby fan will be going down 0-3. But, they are still pretty happy with, $300 that, as they mentioned, they're all going to spend on McDonald's. They're still going to be feeling pretty chuffed with themselves.
Yeah, if they had any New Year's resolutions and they've gone completely out the window, but it happens to the best of us regardless. But yeah, no, absolutely. Kirby fan, they put on a great performance yesterday, had an amazing matchup with Dreamlight Goats in order to actually get themselves to this prize money. So we have to give a lot of credit where it's due. They did spectacularly considering the circumstances, a lot of standout players, but at the end of the day, Gas Tier 3, it almost seems like this was a team kind of born and bred for the CGL GOATS tourney, of all things. So $700, interested to see how they spend it, specifically how many pints can be bought for $700. I would estimate a few.
Manchester Spoon's prices is not too bad at all. I think we know exactly what this is going on. Huh?
You've been Manchester Spoons?
Yeah.
Wait, when? What?
Listen, that's a story for another time.
Yeah, no.
I think we don't... Do we have interview or no, Mr. Producer? No interview? No. So we just... Yep. Okay, so in that case, one more time, we're going to do a very quick mention. Make sure you watch Kunoichi, make sure you sign up for CGL Season 14, and make sure you stick around because the NA bracket, the NA side of things, is going to start in about 30 minutes. That's 3-0. So make sure you stick around for that. I've been Spectron, this has been Egda the Ruiner, and this has been CGL GOATS EU. And that's us signing off.
But you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.